All right. I guess we're live. Don't we usually have the countdown?
It usually has a sweet countdown. Yeah, Jesse's in charge. Screwed it up.
Yeah, I have no idea how that works. Woohoo! We are off to an awesome start.
Chad,
so
we need you.
Championship week.
Yes, over. Thank you.
It's over.
Relief.
Yeah, so Jesse, Mike Casper, and we are joined once again by Brian Ford. Love to have him. Chad's out, so I think you're just kind of Brian. I think we're just going to call you Chad's replacement for tonight, anyway.
Yeah.
Let's not go there yet. I'm just, a pinch hitter.
I'm
That's
kidding.
all I
I'm
am.
kidding.
Yeah.
Nobody can replace Chad.
Yes, that's true for sure. Yeah.
I'm not. We'll have to find out if Melissa feels that way. His wife.
Should we dub Brian like the backup QB, like Glennon or?
Oof.
We'll call you a Huntley. We'll call you a Huntley. How about that?
Yeah, okay. Tyler Huntley or Gabbert. Gabbert's pretty good.
That's like, he's got a little too much mobility for me, you know. I think I'm more of a
Flacco.
I think I'm more of a yeah. F it.
I'm a
Flacco,
Keenum.
sure, why not?
I would be a Keenum if I was a backup.
I would choose personally, if I could choose anyone in the world, I would be Ty Detmer.
Oh, I was gonna say I'd totally be Minshew, but that's totally not me.
Which is a good one. Or Coy Detmer. Coy Detmer was a maniac too. I love both those guys.
Oh man.
All right, what's up, Fell Harbor? In the chat, I see you.
Oh, nice.
So tonight we're going to go over the Patreon leagues and, kind of review who won league by league. We'll get through as many as we can. But before that, I always kind of like to start a show off by examining some player value or some different strategies in Dynasty in general. So Mike and I made a trade today, and I want to go through that a little bit.
Okay.
Super fun.
Because it's definitely an interesting trade as far as strategy goes. This is a league where you start 2 quarterbacks, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, and 2 flex. It's called double deuce.
Okay.
All right. And then we have short benches. 1, 2, 3, 4,
8.
8-person benches
And
for that many starters.
2 taxis.
Yeah, and we just added 2 taxis this offseason.
And it's a 10-team league.
And it's a 10-team league. So, and there's 4 rounds in the draft, in the rookie draft. So,
no one's going to keep those 4th rounders.
Yeah, it's a little tough to fit players even on your roster. I tried to trade Gabe Davis for 2 2024 seconds today, and the answer I got back was no. In this format, I can probably pick up Gabe Davis after you got him.
I think you'd be lucky to get
answer I got.
I think you'd be lucky to get one because, like, guys that I got off of waivers. I mean, I got OBJ off waivers because someone hate dropped him. But I also got Christian Kirk, Van Jefferson, just some kind of pieces that kind of worked out. I guess.
Yeah, I got Singletary, Gabe Davis.
That's waivers, so that's how thin it is.
McKissick, I got off waivers. Davis Mills that I got off waivers, and he carried me to a championship. I actually won this.
That was hilarious.
So anyway, let's go over this trade that Casper and I made.
For context, though, too, I was complete rebuild. If I rebuild, I either full rebuild or I full go for it. I had 4 rebuilding teams. 3 of them got the 101, and the other one had the 103 or something like that. So this was a rebuilding team for me, and also obviously Jesse just won the championship. So
sure,
please continue.
So Mike sends me Trey Sermon, Kadarius Toney, the 109, and the 201, which is the 11th pick, right? Because it's a 10th team league.
Okay, right, yeah.
I sent him my 2023 first and the 2023 first of the team that everyone thought would have won it this year. Finished first in the regular season, lost in the semis. So I had his first. So I sent both of those to Mike for that package of 109, 201 this year, Kadarius Toney and Trey Sermon.
I guess. I mean, I don't know what you want Sermon and Kadarius Toney for, but
I know it's weird, right? The reason I did it is because I think it's more value, even though I can't fit all these players on my roster.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, Tony's definitely got upside. You know, we've seen skill, we've seen flashes, but you know, remains to be seen.
Trey Sermon. I mean, I have Elijah Mitchell, so I'm sort of kind of trying to handcuff there.
That's not bad. Yeah.
Right.
I didn't even realize that, to be honest.
Yeah, that's well, he sent his original offer was Rager. And that made me want to reject the deal straight out, to be honest with you, because I know I can't carry him. I can't have him in this league. No. You know? So I countered by replacing Rager with something that I might actually be able to use in the future.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense.
Maybe or maybe not. So, like, even though I'm not going to, I also have another first in this draft. So I have 3 firsts and 2 seconds.
After winning the whole thing.
After winning the whole thing. And I've got a lot of players, right? I don't really have any bench room. So I created more work for myself, but I feel like I got more value than I gave up.
Yeah, I agree. I think you got the value too. But and here was my thinking behind the trade, because like context matters, right? So
sure.
I have the 101, I have the 105, I have the 106, I have the 107, and I also have the 203. So that's 5 spots right there. And right now I've only got like 3 open bench spots. I've got Dobbins and ETN, on IR. And then in 2023, I have 7 of the 10 first round picks now.
What the?
Wow.
Okay.
And
so the first round is yours next year. Damn.
And this is where I've got, and I don't know, I know Memphis preached this early on in the season, and I've kind of made it my calling card in all my leagues is figure out your quarterback, get a stud wide receiver, and then, you'll figure out your running back as it goes. And I mean, if any year was the year of you'll figure out running back, like you got the Cordell Pattersons, Leonard Fournette's, Darrell Hendersons, this year. So, I've got Mahomes, Prescott, and Mac Jones as my 3 quarterbacks. And my wide receivers really aren't figured out. But since it's a 2 tight end league, I got Pitts and Freiermuth there. And besides, Dobbins and ETN. And do I have Akers?
Looks good, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look bad at all, considering, I've still got 4 first rounders this year and then 7 next year, which, this is just where I'm pushing it down the line even more, because I'm like, I'm looking at my teams compared to other teams. Unless I really hit on a wide receiver in the rookie draft this year, or I'm able to trade it for a stud wide receiver, I don't think I'm even close to contending yet still. So that was my idea behind it. Push it down the road, even though I know that first will gain value later. Like I still got 4 other ones that I can push for future value, but the guys with the other 3 2023 firsts are like, you're not getting my pick now because you have 7 of them. I was like, okay, whatever.
Even if it benefits me, F you.
Yeah. So my thinking was basically, I won it in a 2 quarterback league with Herbert, Darnold, Daniel Jones,
and Davis
Cam Newton. I started a couple weeks and then picked up Davis Mills a week before the playoffs and started him through the playoffs. So I know I need a second quarterback and probably a third. So I'm probably going to try to package Daniel Jones, since he'll still be a starter next year, with a first or 2, and try to get a real, actual veteran starter that I like. That's my idea. I'm just trying to build assets right now. And then go after what I really want. For this team, I don't really want to draft a rookie quarterback and wait.
And you don't got to cut your roster for another 8 months. So
yeah, exactly.
It really doesn't matter, right?
Exactly. So, but I also really like the idea that I have 108, 109, 110, and 201. So I have 4 picks in a row. Sure. Even though, a little bit later, but there's a ton of value at that part of this draft, this year.
I like it, yeah.
And worst comes to worst, if I can't work something out for a veteran quarterback, there definitely will be rookie quarterbacks available. Well, I don't want to say definitely, but I feel like there'll be rookie quarterbacks available late first round, early second round.
Sure. Yeah, I think so.
Draft. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you both came away happy and it makes sense for your team, that's what it's like, the best kind of a trade, right?
Yeah, and it was a different kind of trade. That's why I wanted to bring that one up. Just to kind of throw out a different strategy for a different little bit.
It's an interesting league too. That adds a lot of wrinkles. I mean, so many of my leagues are also similar. Like having something like that is, adds some more thinking to it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we just did the startup last off season, and that was one of my most fun leagues. I mean, obviously I won the league, so it was one of my most
yeah, it's fun when you win, right?
Yeah, it was nice winning $180, but at the same time, I loved playing with that roster all year.
Yeah, for sure.
And it taught me, like, I've never played in a 2 tight end league before, so it definitely taught me the value of tight
I
end
was all against it too.
Like, oh, were you?
Like, I wasn't against it. Like, I tried to get out of this league because I get it. It was a 2 of everything. That was like the name of the game. But I was like, oh, I'll never be in a 2 tight end league. That I'm like,
I'm in a couple, maybe 3. I think. I think 2 of them are also like 2 tight ends plus a premium on the receptions. So it really jacks up, how you look at tight ends there. Yeah. And considering tight end is a wasteland, it's a real interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. I went with I had Goddard, Gronk, Everett is who I drafted. And then I made a trade. I lucked out with this trade. I traded Chark and a third, and that third will not make my roster. Right. Mm-hmm. Whoever it is probably won't make my roster this year. And for Ertz and Corey Davis. It was like a game day morning trade. And I was just throwing shit out there, and he countered with that, and I was like, wow, all right, cool. So and Ertz was just amazing for me down the stretch.
Absolutely. So question, if like these thirds and fourths really aren't making rosters, right, and there are not much currency in trades, partly because of that, why not go to 2 rounds and just double deuce everything?
It's a good question. I actually really like that. Oh, look what we got.
Oh, hey. See you, Brian. No, I'm just kidding.
How you guys doing?
Awesome.
Good.
Awesome. Welcome, man. Didn't think you were going to make it.
You're not like out of power, are you? You're all bundled up. Like my brother just got power back in Virginia, so you look like him when I called him.
No, I got power, but I turned the heater off. Not getting home. I turned the heat off when I left by mistake, and so now it's freezing in here. Waiting for it to heat back up a little bit, but yeah, it's brutal.
Nice.
Right on. All right, so yeah, we just went over a trade. You're not in double deuce, are you?
No,
Chad.
No. No.
We're just going over a trade that we made.
Chad can only take so many beatings in a championship.
Oh man, yeah, you got me in one.
For reference, Brian, I beat Chad by about 100 in my main league. So I had the Chase, Monty, Mahomes, Russell Wilson, Andrews. He didn't stand a chance. It was over pretty early. I got lucky.
I'm just happy I made it to the finals in that league. I had some injuries and not depth in that league, so this was even be there.
All right, man. Let's start with P1.
So I'm not in that league.
Oh, you don't have access?
I was gonna say I don't have access to that. So
I have no idea.
But if you guys talk it over, I'll be happy to contribute.
Yeah.
All right. So I have to go to last year. Right?
Yeah. All these.
I forgot about that.
So is David gonna hop on to tell him how he beat you, Jesse? Is that what he's talking about there in the comments, or what is that?
He just likes to give me a hard time in general.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if he was doing anything.
He drinks an Englishman's drink, and I got to handle straight out of Texas.
Got my Red Bull. So.
All right. Yeah, I'm up. Whenever you guys.
I can't.
So who was in it?
So in the playoffs,
league history. Yeah.
In the playoffs, Sean McCormick and Double Eagle had to buy. Witzio and Growlers played each other, and Big Dog and Lineups and Chill played, and I'm just gonna give you the championship after that. So the finals ended up being Big Dog and Double Eagle. and Big Dog won it by about 61 points. So a good little margin there.
Okay, yeah, I figured that one out. So who do you have our picks in front of you by any chance, Chad?
I don't.
Okay, so never mind.
Right, let me see here. So we both had Sean McCormick winning that league.
Okay.
Wrong. We were wrong. So
okay. So nothing. Man, I'll tell you what, he didn't lose by much he lost by 8 points in the semis to Big Dog. So
yeah. Which I mean, and to be fair, in the finals he put up 138. So he would have lost in the finals.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess he would have won in the finals because he would have been playing double eagle. But yeah, I mean, I really liked his team, but yeah, these playoffs were odd, and Big Dog, I mean, you know, he got it done. His roster did really, really well.
I was gonna say, did he have anybody on his roster that kind of stood out that you might have not seen starting on any other rosters? Did he have like a Braxton Berrios or?
I mean, he had a lot of guys, right? Like he started Rashawn Penny, who had 32 points.
Yeah.
Sony Michel.
Yeah, Sony Michel. Rojo didn't end up working out.
Yeah, Rojo.
Because he got hurt early in that game.
He killed me in one.
But he's
a couple $100.
Put up 20 points. Yeah, of course, Sony Michel put up 19 points. Zach Ertz put up 15 points. So, I mean, he just had some guys there that, I mean, at the beginning of the year, if you looked at his roster, you wouldn't have been too impressed with it. But
Jacoby Myers with 21 is pretty surprising. You know, that's a surprise, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, and that just kind of brings me back what I was talking to about our trade is figuring out the things at running backs. You look at the final, you had the Boston Scotts, the Rashad Pennies that came out and were the highest scores. And then in the semifinals, you know, it was Justin Jackson, you know,
right.
Which, you know, he definitely carried me into 2 championships too. So it's, you know, I'm definitely all for the no trade deadline now, but I'm also for the, hey, keep some seconds and thirds around if you need some RB help come, you know,
absolutely,
because you didn't have those huge JT games or anything like that. And I mean, he was okay and Kamara was okay, but I know none of them, it seemed like, were blowing the doors off of anything.
What's even crazy about his team is you look at his bench, and he still had players that you don't really consider elite dynasty assets still just going off. Like he had Braxton Berrios on the bench who put up 6 points. He had
AJ Dillon.
Yeah, AJ Dillon, Zay Jones put up I think 25 or that.
You're kind of cutting in and out, Chad.
Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, Zay Jones put up 20-something points.
I mean, so here's the top RBs of championship week, right? Rashad Penny, Najee Harris, okay, got it. Darrell Williams, Boston Scott, Devin Singletary, Ramondre Stevenson, AJ Dillon, okay. Monty, okay. Elijah Mitchell, okay. Kamara, okay. Jarrett Patterson, Eckler, Foreman, like, you know, 2/3 of those names are guys that, you know, you could have bought for a third like 3 weeks ago, you know, like.
Or Jarrett Patterson was out on waivers quite a bit this year.
It was just wild.
You know what? That one passed me by too. Who did he actually land with and start playing for? Because he bounced around to like 3 different teams this year, didn't he?
Patterson? No, he was drafted.
I think he went straight to Washington. Yeah,
by the Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they going to be? Red Wolves?
Who am I thinking of? Drafted? Maybe. I'm thinking of an undrafted free agent.
Are you thinking of Hawkins?
Javian Hawkins. That's what I was thinking of.
He was like Atlanta and the Rams and all sorts of teams.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That was a big Dallas. That was a big Dallas pick. He really liked Javian Hawkins. All right. Should we move on to Mike's Heartbreak? Patreon 2?
Let's do it.
Chad's so happy to do that.
Hello, Chad.
So excited about this one.
All right, Chad, take it away then.
All right, let me get to it really quickly.
Right on.
Leagues.
This is actually a truly special league this year. We had something amazing happen in this league.
Yeah, so this was a good one. So we had in the playoffs, I'll just list all the playoff guys. Dreamcatcher had the bye. Daz and Double Eagle played against each other. Mike Casper, currently on the podcast, had a bye. Man, 194 points on the bye too. That's
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, you would think that guy would win, but anyways,
I won the semifinal by 80 points. Like,
yeah, he did.
Morningstar was in it against McCringleberry. Is that his name?
McCringleberry, yeah.
McCringleberry. Yeah.
How could you? Wait, you don't know McCringleberry?
Well, I'm like looking at it on my phone, so it's like abbreviated. So I didn't want to. Yeah. Anyways, in the finals were Dream Crusher. Sorry,
Crusher.
Dream
Yeah,
Crusher. And Casper.
Dream Catcher.
Mike Casper was narrowly defeated by Dream
24
Crusher,
points.
who crushed his dreams. So it was pretty great. Actually, if you look at Jesse's pick, he picked Casper to win, which was a mistake.
It was.
I picked Dream Crusher to win, who did win.
Nice. All right. 1-0 Chad.
1-0 Chad, and also 0 points for Casper.
Let's call it what it is. I got Amon-Ra St. Brown. Okay, like, but I was only down by 12. But he had Najee and I had Deontay Johnson. It looked okay starting the game, but Ben couldn't throw the ball more than 5 yards to save his life. It was like Peyton Manning end of the line.
It was really sad. It was really sad.
It was sad to watch. So, like, hey, hats off to him though. He had the perfect season, 28-0 against the median.
Wow,
that's super impressive, especially considering we had an 0-28 team as well. So we had some fireworks going off in P2. But yeah.
So that's what I was gonna say. It's amazing that I've never seen a team go undefeated all the way straight through.
Yeah,
I've seen some undefeated regular seasons, but they've always gotten beat in the playoffs. And and
to have the median too is impressive.
Yeah, and sweep the playoffs like that, real impressive. And I'll apologize because I believe I called his team smoke and mirrors at one point. So he definitely made me eat my words.
Well, I mean, you look at it. So he started the likes of Huntley and St. Brown and Sony Michel, right? So you could say, those guys are kind of like, whatever. I had Josh Allen, Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Taylor, Mike Williams, Lamb, Kelsey, Deontay Johnson, Schultz, Eckler, Mahomes. Like, that's why I was like, I got this in the bag, but it just, just didn't work out. I think I started Javonte too. No, maybe I didn't. I don't remember. But it just didn't work out. That's how championships.
Just hold your L, man. Just hold your L.
Hey, that's me. Changed my name to Salty Seconds, and I got a picture of what's her name from the USA Gymnastics teams when she got second. She's like on the podium and she's like, doing that side duck lip kind of.
Who's Simone Biles?
No, the white chick.
I think it's like Michaela Maroney or something like that.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Michaela Schiff. Is it Michaela Schiff? I don't know. Yeah, but Michaela, whatever. Yeah, her face. So that'll stay. It was The Rock, but I'm not the champ anymore. So it is what it is. Next year.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, at least you got one under your belt. I'll give you credit for that. All right, let's move on to 3. So maybe I did that a little early.
Gosh, somebody's getting
that sounded like a sleeper alert.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I
no, that's all right. That could be a trade offer, man.
Oh, Neil and Tyreker, huh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So Neil.
I'm actually in this. Well, I'm sort of in this one. If you look at my team.
Did this not? Oh, I'm in the wrong league. Patreon 3, not Debbie 3.
I can go. So we have DFF. Memphis was the 1 seed. Nick Brunette was the 2 seed. And then we had Jay Brew taking on Neil and Snoop Jesus taking on Tyreker. Neil upset Memphis in the semis. Man, he doubled them up too. 162 to 83 to take it to the finals. And Tyreker upset Nick Brunette. So neither the 1 or 2 seed made it to the final. And Neil pulled it out by 4 points. That's what she said. Sorry. Can I say that on YouTube?
He's been bragging the shit out of this team. So.
Oh man, Tyreker only lost by 4 points, and he had Tua, who only got him 3 points. Oh my gosh!
Wow. Yeah,
He
he
could
could have
have
started
literally
Tannehill. Oh yeah, we went over this. I know we went over this.
Oh man.
Yeah, well,
Such
because he was
bad
on with
luck.
us last week, and we made him start Tua over Tannehill.
No, I wouldn't start Tua on the road. Ugh.
We did.
But Tua is your son, Jesse. Which I'm glad I never got on board that train.
Yeah, we had Pat. We had Pat on the show last week, and we kind of berated him into starting Tua.
You cost
Oh
him.
well.
And Chad says nothing.
So let's see. Who did I traded? All right, he only had. I thought Neil had a lot more of my players in his starting lineup, but he only had 2. Brandon Cooks, and Melvin Gordon. 2 of my favorite pickups last offseason, and then sell this stretch run.
Yeah, it looks like I'm trying to figure out the date here, but I think it was during the playoffs, if not right before, I made a trade with him. Nothing special, but he got Burkhead and Wentz from me, so I don't know how much that helped him, but
I don't think he started.
Burkhead and Wentz. Yeah, I didn't start either. I gave him Marvin Jones, Robert Woods, and Melvin Gordon for a 23 first and a 24 second. So he started Melvin and he got him 10. So that's probably not. But I also
trades with Tyreek or 2.
Oh, did you? He kept turning me down. And then I traded Neil, Brandon Cooks, and a 4th for Juju and a 5th. And that helped him. You know, Juju obviously wasn't playing, so.
Yeah, Cooks had almost 20 points, so. Yeah. It is interesting. None of them had the blow-up players, really, except for Neil having Burrow, I guess. But neither of them had Chase. And
that's the thing. You know, if he had 34 points, the next highest scorer was Monty at 21.10. So, or Singletary at 23.
23.
So, you know, if you have the highest scoring player by that much, it's hard to overcome.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of pretty much balance across the board with these guys.
Yeah, just a tough loss with 2 of there.
Did we lose Chad altogether? He's muted.
He's muted. Maybe he had something come up.
Oh, okay.
But
right on. Congrats, Neil. Congrats, Neil. He
won with OBJ. He's probably one of the few, right?
Yeah, he was pissed at us for picking him. I know I picked Memphis in this league, so I didn't win this. I'm not sure. I think Chad picked Nick Burnett.
Okay. Oh, Memphis accidentally started some people that were out.
Did he?
Yeah. Like Firemuth and when it shows me the week 16 matchup, so maybe something just slipped. Because Mike Williams was out with COVID, Firemuth was out with COVID, and so was Goff. So, but he really didn't have anybody else to start though either.
Oh, he didn't.
Oh man.
So he just got screwed.
That's just getting screwed by COVID. Yeah, he literally had zeros pretty much all on his bench. That sucks. That's how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, this was such
week
a
16
weird
was a mother.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Especially with Stafford, like Stafford and Cup. Yeah, they played kind of. God, they submarine the shit out of a bunch of my teams.
Stafford the last 2 weeks. Yeah, he screwed me.
And we did lose Mike, or we did lose Chad. All right, let's move on to 4.
Yep.
So, Brian, you're in this. Brian, this is the league that you made the playoffs by accident, I believe.
No, this is the one where I just missed.
Oh, okay.
I think. Let me see. Let me try to look at 2021 again because I forgot. Oh wait, hold on. I guess.
No, you're not it.
I was gonna say, yeah, all of you weren't in it.
Wow, this is a tight one, right? So we had Jerry and Big OTDs with the bye. Then you had Snoop playing RJM. So Snoop beats RJM by 6. So a tight game there. Garrett Collins beats the shit out of Neil. And then Garrett Collins beats the shit out of Big OTDs, and Snoop beat Jerry in a pretty tight race. Oh, Chad's back.
No. Collins lost by 4. Is what I'm seeing. Is that not right?
No. I was in the semis.
Oh, by Jerry. Oh, okay, gotcha.
And then in the championship, Garrett Collins won by 4 over Snoop, and they made a bunch of trades leading up to this too.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think I might have traded with Snoop. I think I gave him Rojo with like. Oh no, it's different league. No. All right, let me see here.
Which league are we in now?
4.
It looks like Snoop traded for Eckler right before the championship, gave up Pollard, Ayuk, and a third. And then Snoop got Montgomery for 2023 first. And then Snoop got Amari Cooper for a second, Terrace Marshall, 2 seconds, and Terrace Marshall. So he really pushed everything in, huh?
That trade happened on air our last podcast.
That's right. Yeah.
Man.
All 3 of these days. But he ended up losing by 4. It sucks. So close.
I feel like they're not terrible pieces, though, either. That he
No.
He definitely didn't hurt his team.
I do like, though, how, again, the 1 and 2 seed didn't make the championship in this.
That is so many leagues, actually.
Yeah. That's really interesting. Yeah. The wild
So, real quick, Chad, for Patreon 3, who did you pick? Was it Nick Burnett?
I think it was Nick Burnett. Let me look.
I think it was. So
no, it was P3 was. I picked Watsonberger.
Oh, okay. So neither of us.
I don't even think he made the playoffs, if I'm remembering right.
Oh no.
I think he narrowly missed it. Yeah.
It was actually Neil that won it, and he gave us quite a bit of shit for not picking.
Yeah. Deservedly so. He did really well in that league.
Yeah.
Gotta hand it to him.
Neil's. I got to hand it to him too, because that's a league that he was all in, making trades all over the place, trying to win.
For sure.
So respect the hustle. Absolutely respect the hustle. Anytime you get a championship, it doesn't matter what trades you made, right? It doesn't matter what you gave up. All it really matters is that you won the championship. And I mean, you win one and you're good for, in a DWZ league, you're good for, you pay your dues for 10 years.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Can I ask you guys something? Were you all in any leagues where you were kind of competing, made it to the playoffs, and then you made some trades that put you over the top, that got you the ship, or where you maybe had something like what happened to Snoop here? And
No, I mean I did that in one league last year, and I usually don't like to make a habit of doing that. I mean, I think if you're trading around that time frame, you're either giving up too much or, it's probably not making that big of a difference, because how many playoff games do you actually win or lose by like 4 or 5 points? Because that's what you're talking about there, not many. So unless it's like a gigantic trade where you're getting like 3 or 4 players,
Yeah. Well, and even Dave said, so he said the one league I won, I snuck in as the 6th. And that's one I did, where I'm actually with Jesse in that league, where I had a very kind of middle of the road team, but I had some, like I got a first rounder early that ended up being the 103. Right.
What was that
and I traded Jesse for Kelsey. I think I traded you for, what else did I trade for? Right before the playoffs started. Yeah, I got Aaron Rodgers, and then I made a trade to get Najee, Deontay Johnson, and Schultz. Yeah, this is our auction league that we did.
Auction league? Okay, yeah.
So, and I ended up winning the championship by, 50 points. So,
yeah.
And like Najee and, what's his name? Rodgers definitely carried me there, because I wouldn't have made it otherwise. Otherwise, I would have been starting Garoppolo or Lance or Big Ben. So,
I think that's my thing. If you're gonna do that, go all in and just get the players you need to get to win. Don't just go halfway and give up a first for a player that might give you 6 or 7 more points, and then you still lose, and you gave up your first for necessarily. I mean, maybe it's a good asset, but it's not an asset you would rather have over that first. I mean, you're getting into kind of trades that don't really make sense.
Yeah, and that's why when I've done this both times, because I did the same thing in P2 before I won last year, because I don't have that many leagues with no trade deadline. And I did it with, like in this case, I got Najee, Deontay Johnson. Like I got pieces that I'm not afraid of losing value on. Maybe I, paid a little for them, but it is what it is. Like I have $0 auction dollars right now in the 2022 draft, but hey, it was worth it to get the ship. Right?
Yeah.
I only won 4 leagues this year, and none of the ones that I won, any trades that I made like during the playoffs really put me over the top. It was more like insurance, that sort of thing. So I wasn't giving up a lot. I wasn't getting a lot. So didn't really. I think in the leagues where I was a non-playoff team and there were trades during the playoffs, I probably made out a little better. And so funny enough, I'm having a lot of debates with people in leagues today about moving to no deadline and that sort of thing. But that's a story for another day, I guess, right?
Yeah, I can see both sides of it.
Yeah,
Personally, I like no deadline, but I can see both sides of it.
Yeah.
So I won 2 dynasty leagues this year in a redraft. The 2 dynasty leagues, Patreon 10, there was a trade deadline. So by the time I wanted to make a deal, I couldn't. So I didn't make any trades in that league. Down the stretch, I made one earlier in the year, but yeah. So that one I just rolled, and then I won that double deuce that we were just talking about, and I think there was a trade deadline there too. So I wasn't able to. And then there was Devi 2 Devi 2 that I was in the finals. And I mean, we've gone over this. I think we went over this in another show, but I ended up trading on air last week with Dave Donaldson. I got Cooper Kupp. Earlier in the week, I had traded with Brian and gotten Stafford. So I had Stafford and Kupp. And at the time, Wentz went on the COVID list. So he was my starter. My backups were Ben and Trey Lance. I didn't want to start either. So I wanted Stafford anyway. For Lance, for this team, it just makes sense to have a veteran second quarterback rather than Lance, because this is a win now team. And so I like Stafford for a few years going forward. So I like that deal. For a rebuilding team like Brian's, I get it that Trey Lance is an amazing asset. Awesome. But for me, Stafford, I wanted.
I was going to ask that, and you answered. I know we're going through leagues, so I don't want to take up too much time. But Stafford's an interesting guy that I'm having trouble sort of like figuring out where to rank him and stuff like that. He has good weapons, right? But he's 34. Back is ailing him. I don't know. He's much better in the first half of the season than the second half of the season. I'm wondering how many good years he has left.
Okay, that is definitely a fair question to ask. I think he's got 4 or 5.
Wow,
maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I just think he's an amazing system for him. I think he and McVay work really well together. He definitely has Stafford moments. You definitely see the old Lions Stafford come out. You remember early in his career, he couldn't do anything in the first half of any game. He was like captain fourth quarter as far as fantasy went. And you see that, and you saw that in a few games, especially, in the playoffs, in the semis and the finals, he did it. But I think that's more random. I don't put a lot of credit into the first half, second half thing, because I think it's more, like we've gone through this with Russ for years. I think it's a little more random than that. I think he is going to throw in a shit bag, and this year he threw them in at the wrong time. But I'm gambling that that's not always going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, I think 4 years is a pretty. I mean, that's what I would say too. I mean, especially in that system. That system doesn't ask a lot of the quarterback as far as testing the arm strength and getting the ball down the field every play. I mean, it's not like he's bombing it out.
But once in a while
of the game,
he will remind you that he does have that.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. I'm just saying I think this offense can be productive with like you wrapping in the diminishing skill set as you go along.
Agreed.
Into the end of his career.
And I think the more he works with McVay in that system, the better he'll be. and the better they'll learn each other, and McVay will probably get better at calling plays for him as well.
And I know this changes too, but I like the division where you've got San Francisco, the Cardinals, the Seahawks, which when they play each other, they're always pretty high over-unders, right? Half of those teams playing a dome too. Like, I'm not going to lie. Sometimes when I make start decisions, I'm like, okay, matchup, and then where are they playing? What's the weather like? Or are they in a dome? And sometimes I will just tilt to the dome because I feel like sometimes that can be so much different. Sometimes
West Coast is definitely a lot easier to play.
Mike says Ram's system also has no way to build under him with no draft picks. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Mike, but they also hit on late round guys quite a bit when it comes to defensive side of the ball.
And they're not afraid to. I mean, they're not afraid to bring people in too. I mean, they go and they get the vets they need to get. The
cap is going up huge this year and is also a myth anyway. So they can kind of add what they need to. I think, I mean, let's just put it out there that that's not the best way to build a team is through free agency. It's actually a shitty way to build a team.
I mean, and just through the draft isn't the best way to do it though either, right? Like,
well, depends. Yeah, well, it depends on who's making the picks.
Yeah, well,
if you're the Ravens, it's great. You can not so much.
You can say free agency is not a way to build, but the Rams have proven you can build through free agency. Like you can do it.
I was gonna say that's how the Broncos won Super Bowl 50. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
they loaded that defense.
Yeah,
with free agents.
I think where that saying kind of comes from is that if you try to build through free agency and you mess up, then you create long-term issues. But if you get it right, you get it right and it works. It's just a big risk. Like if you get it wrong, you could be the Giants with a huge cap hit on all these players who are not performing. And you're going to have some draft picks, but still like you're going to have to make some cap decisions on some of these players and eat money for years down the road.
Although again,
and it's easy to get into that hole.
But then again, it doesn't take that long to turn that around either. If you remember, the Eagles tried to do it with the quote unquote dream team, when we brought in Asamoah and Vince Young, and we brought in a ton of high price free agents and tried to build that way. And then it was the lockout year,
right?
Yeah, it was the lockout year. Yeah, we were dreadful. We were like 4 or 5 wins, but then 2 years, I think it was 2 years later, we won the Super Bowl.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's typically you usually have outs within like 3 years. So, I mean, it's never going to be a long-term setback unless you just can't ever find a quarterback. Right. But, I mean,
at least it's not baseball where the contracts are all 100% guaranteed,
Exactly.
Baseball, I mean, baseball has no cap though either. So
the other thing I did in that Devy league, which is a little counter to what maybe someone might do in a championship week, is I traded for Van Jefferson and I didn't start him. Right. So I traded Brian Robinson. This is Devy league. So I traded Brian Robinson from Alabama, who people are calling the next Trey Sermon, and Master Teague from Ohio State. I think he's still at Ohio State. Not sure if he even played this year. But these are like big, slow running backs that I don't have ranked high. I traded with Big Dog. He does have them rated higher than I do. And, he threw out some really good arguments for them. And cool. Awesome. That's how trades get done. We have people, ranked differently. But I got Chase Edmonds and Van Jefferson. And I feel like, I gave up Devy assets, but I still feel like my team is healthier for it long term.
So I heard Van Jefferson was benched on Sunday. Did you all hear that?
Was he? No.
Yeah.
What happened?
I heard at the end of the game, Warnick or whatever his name is was playing over him at the end, and he wasn't in the game at all when they were trying to come back. So,
really?
It was just something I heard on a podcast. So
any idea what he did?
I didn't look into it. No, I don't.
I wonder if it's just he ran the wrong route or he didn't block hard enough, or if he got in a coach's face or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't hear anything, so I thought it was interesting. But
that is interesting. I see him as the heir apparent to Robert Woods. I may or may not be right about that, but that's the gamble I'm taking on him.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Could
So
happen.
anyway, I made all those trades and I still lost by 50. I went up against Burrow and I couldn't overcome that shit. And he traded for Dak in week. So not that Dak, Dak actually had a really good game. I think he had 2 touchdowns. Yeah. So he had a better game than Stafford, that's for sure. But through all the trades that I made, I definitely scored more points than I would have if I didn't make those trades. So I helped my team, and I don't think I hurt it long term. I think, well, when I say long term, I still think I can make another run or two with this team, as is. I don't think I need to make changes to this team to make a run next year.
Okay.
Anyway, that's my story on finals trades.
So P4, did we?
We didn't start that yet.
Who won that? Oh, we didn't start P4?
No, we did. Yeah, we went through
did?
it. Yeah, Garrett Collins won by 4 over Snoop Jesus, and that's what started this discussion.
Yeah, because Snoop made 3 big trades
Snoop made a
right
bunch of
the day
all-in
before.
trades. Yeah,
the final. Yeah.
I mean, respect the hustle. He just came up, just short, which sucks.
Okay.
Tyreek really let him down, actually. Tyreek and Amari Cooper.
Jesse had Jerry winning P4.
Okay.
And I had Garrett Collins.
Oh, 2-0 Chad.
There you go.
All right.
Well, I know I have 1 point coming at some point.
Yeah, because I think did you pick yourself and you?
I was gonna say you picked yourself for the one that you did.
Yeah. I'm a shameless motherfucker. I mean, mother humper. You guys all know that.
Yeah. So congratulations, Garrett. P5, or
P5.
Is that our next one here? Let's see.
That one needs a logo.
I hate going through all these settings and hitting previous league. There should be like a button.
Jay DeShazo. All right, so Garrett Collins and Jay DeShazo had the buys and met in the finals. So this is the first league I think we've seen that happen.
Nice.
So Growlers Pat, who is Aussie G, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep, you're right.
He beat Wolfie in the first round by almost 100 points. And then Ben Holler beat Sean Stein. And then Jay DeShazo destroyed Ben Holler to get to the finals. And Garrett Collins scored 244 points in the semis over Growlers Pat. Yeah. And then we have Jay DeShazo and Garrett Collins in the finals, and Garrett Collins could not pull off his second championship, despite going 13-1 in the regular season.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah.
So very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Stafford, Devontae Adams, Sony Michel, Debo, Mandrews, Lockett, Goddard, Russ is kind of, those are the kind of big scorers on DeShazo's team against Dak, Mixon, Eckler, DK.
Chubb really killed him.
Yeah,
Chubb hurt.
Yeah, having to start Evan Ingram.
Evan Ingram too is the.
Yeah, Garrett used up all his Garrett used up all his big games in the semis.
Yeah,
everybody had a good game in the semis, and then
I mean, yeah, it's not like he scored shitty. He had 166 points. It seems like a fairly high scoring system, probably, but
yeah.
I had a team where I set the league record in the semis over 300 points, and then I lost by 100 in the final. It really sucked. It really sucked. I'm not gonna lie.
Can't use up all your points, man. You gotta save some.
I was like, save them for next week. Yeah.
But. We both had Growlers Pat winning, so we both lose.
Okay.
You're not good when we pick the same team, huh? Well, I guess I'm not good when we pick the same team because other than that, I've been all right.
They're paying Todd Gurley, so the Rams are paying Todd Gurley $8.4 million this year. Interesting. A man
Nice.
that's out of football. I can't believe he's out of football. He
Really?
was one of the
I
most.
saw that. I saw him on waivers today, and I was like, wow, he didn't get a single
Nope.
practice
Nobody's
squad,
practice squad.
nothing.
For as crazy as this year was, he had Craig Robinson from The Office, I believe, was starting for the Lions at some point.
Craig Reynolds. Jeez.
Yeah,
Put some respect. Come on.
I mean, Seattle trotted out Adrian Peterson again. Lev Bell was on two teams. Like, you know.
Yeah.
Well, Adrian Peterson's played for Tennessee this year too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, Lev Bell actually got. Well, it's a shame. It's a shame what Lev Bell did to himself. You know, he was once a uniquely talented running back.
Well, he's making up for it now. I guess his game plan is like make it to everybody's practice squad and collect the practice squad checks, and he can those will add up eventually.
Those will add up to the contract he turned down with the
Exactly.
He fund his rap career. That's how it works, I think.
Yeah, no one screwed themselves more than Melvin Gordon though. He turned down that contract with San Diego and got like half of that from the Broncos.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it sucks what's happened to these running backs. I mean, you know.
Cry me a river, millionaire. I don't care.
No, I mean, I know,
I don't
but
think it sucks. I think
it's like all your peers are making, you know,
Like
a lot
even
more
offensive
money
linemen are.
and you're doing
more.
and you're doing the dirty work.
Yeah,
for
you're doing the toughest fucking job on the, effing job
You
on
taking the
pitch.
most hits, like.
But also you're one of the highest profile players on the team, so you're going to make more in endorsements than anyone, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
Except for the quarterback, you know, maybe if there's a high profile
wide receivers. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
But,
I think
you know,
I think any top player at their position, you know, that non-offensive line or fullback or any of those boring things, they're going to get their endorsements. So, you know, the top end running backs are going to get their endorsements too. But I don't know. I mean, I'd rather play for 12 years and make a decent amount of money than get endorsements and be out of the league in 3. You know.
I mean, it gives you time to go enjoy your millions and, you know,
yeah, I guess
maybe not have as much, you know, residual damage to your brain after your career. I don't know.
Yeah.
I
guess.
know. I mean, these guys still play until they're 30. They just don't play well after, you know, age 26 or 27 anymore. It seems like. We lost Brian.
Yeah, he'll be right back. So let's see here. So we were
on 4. We want to move on to 5.
No, that was 5.
That was 5. Let's move on to 6. Yep. Inching closer to Chad's victory.
All right. So P6. Let me run down what we have here. Let me see. Previous leagues, 2021. All right. So in the playoffs here, we had Benjamin Holler, who was on the bye. Guzzy played G. Collins, Garrett, and he defeated Garrett by 40 points. DR51 had the bye, and then Bronco Country and Memphis played each other, and Memphis had a narrow victory. He won by 5 points. I mean, fairly low scoring contest there, 101 versus 106.
Really low for a playoff game.
Yeah, and then in the semis here we had Benjamin Holler versus Guzzy. Benjamin Holler beat him by over 100 points.
Doubled him up.
And then and then DR51 again narrowly beats Memphis by looks like 9 points here. So yeah.
So real quick before we move on to the semis, just a quick little blurb from a league, my oldest league, the one I won this year. It's called Jerko Fantasy Football. So in Jerko, we call when you get doubled up when your opponent scores twice the points as you, we call it comeuppance, and you owe $10 for that week.
Oh, wow!
Oh,
that's just
I
like
like
a little. It's just a little like, you know, screw you kind of deal.
Oh, that's cool.
That's why it's Jerko Fantasy Football.
We should in our league that we're eventually going to create for our little podcast here. We should enact that. I like that a lot.
Okay, right on.
Oh man!
Wait,
oh,
what
no.
is
that
what
we're doing this off season?
Can we back?
Oh,
can we
no.
back that up?
I just cut down Chad, and I feel so great.
I'm on a strict. Well, I was apparently on a strict no startups this off season.
Well, you guys got one.
Oh, wait. Here's what we do. All
That's
three
my
of us
goal.
will co-own
That's my
one
goal. Is
team.
no startup.
All three of us co-own.
I am not a good. I'm not a good co-owner, guys.
I don't care,
I don't know how
Chad.
many times I have to tell you guys.
Suck
that.
it.
I'm a terrible.
God
coach.
awful. Yeah, I want control of
Okay,
everything.
well, I'll give it to you because I won't care.
Do you guys not remember our Scott Fishbowl team where I was like, you guys were like, what do you think of this player? And I was like, no.
Every player I
feel
tried
like
to
you-
draft, Chad's like, we can get him in 3 rounds, and he went in 3 picks after us.
Well, we did good, right? Didn't we finish?
Because I didn't want him.
We
Or
finished
we fall out in the last
as
2
of
weeks.
as of right now. I don't know when that season ends actually, but as of right now, we're 5 points out of first.
Oh, anybody listening,
In a
your
best ball.
underdog best ball stuff is paid. So if you made anything in best ball and underdog, you got
They
it.
won't. They won't let me transfer any of that money out because they gave it all to me. Basically, I think I deposited 5 and they gave me 25. I think it was
Okay.
something like that. And
But if
so
you
now I have,
if you play it though, whatever you win,
but
back
now I have
is-
$28 left and they won't let me take any of it out.
Oh, because you didn't use all of what they gave you.
I didn't. I'm gonna have to get into a bunch of underdogs this year.
Idiot.
So let's look at
accidentally-
let's look at this. Oh, we didn't go to the finals yet.
No. So Benjamin Holla beat DR51 by 13 points. So
And DR51
yeah, pretty
got
close
Tua.
game.
Yeah, DR51 is Tiggs, by the way, in Patreon chat.
Oh, nice. Okay,
Okay.
that's good to know.
He got two
Um,
and Rojoed. That sucks.
And let's see, you had Memphis winning P6, and I had Ben Holler. So I got Tim winning.
3-0, Chad.
3-0.
Ooh, I'm getting stomped.
I mean, he was the number 1 seed, so how much skill does that really take?
I mean, I could have picked him and I didn't. So
All right, let's move on to P7. The
All right,
best
cool.
Patreon.
Oh, okay. Chad can't wait. We're not even going to
The
go
best
through that.
Patreon.
We're not going to go through the
I
players,
wonder who
nothing.
won this one.
We got to get to P7.
I didn't even like this league that much until I won it, and then I was like, "This is a pretty good league."
Nice. All right, let me go through this, Chad, so you don't sound like a dick.
All right, I'm used to it.
All right, so Carl G87, wonderful Birds fan, and
Ooh.
Smarupper got the buys. And then the dudes played Watsonberger. Watsonberger won by 3 in the first round, 103 to 100. So
And Chad won by 4.
that was a real shit fight there, and kind of a shit fight between Chad and Guzzy. But Chad had the last poop fling. Won by 4.
Hey,
and then won
I
by
scored-
6
I
in the
scored-
semis.
I scored the most points in the wild card, so you know.
Dude,
Not by much.
Scored,
I mean, we all
Mark
sucked,
Andrews almost
but-
scored half your points. It's so crazy.
Wow.
We all sucked, but I sucked the best.
I mean, your
So-
opponent had to start Eskridge. Like, it sucks. Jeez.
And no,
Wow.
he traded.
Poor
He
guy.
traded for Eskridge right before our match. So
What?
And
He
no
had
points
Lockett,
on 4
because
targets.
he had Lockett, and I think
Oh.
Lockett was out or something.
Uh,
So he
Okay.
traded for Eskridge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Abdullah. I would have started Abdullah. Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. I just remember him trading for Eskridge.
all right. So
P5
Brian
should
is
be
fading,
named
by the
Garrett
way.
and Austin.
look at the
No,
look at
I
the
just
eyes. Look at the
I
eyes
don't
on
know.
Brian Ford.
I don't know who half these people are, and I'm only in 2 DWZ leagues, so I'm like,
I know, I'm
trying to
only in
listen to
one,
the
so-
players, and I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of a tough show for you to be on. We went through and got access to all these teams before the season started, so that we would be able to do this kind of thing. And as a guest,
So
host,
we've been
it's
kind of following everybody's season, like, you know, all year.
Okay, yeah.
So I
yeah,
guess
I've
this is
seen-
kind of-
yeah. Yeah.
This is kind of exciting for us, I guess.
Yeah, this is kind of what we do.
Well, because we did like a pretenders contender like show in mid season
Cool.
with these
Right.
guys and
Yeah, I forgot that was one of our games. Pretender,
Yeah.
contender,
contender
or reject,
rebuild
or rebuild. That's what it was. Not
Reject.
Reject. Gosh.
That's what we should rename it to. Just labeling everybody as rejects.
Contender, pretender, reject. I was like, we were doing Sunday school, or not Sunday school, it was like summer school or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was like
It's
giving people
summer
F,
school.
and chat's like, you shouldn't be giving people's F's, man. They'll get their feelings hurt. I was like, fantasy football, man. Your team sucks. Your team sucks.
I was trying to be
We're gonna
nice,
have to
man.
sharpen our edges for these games, by the way, because that's starting. That should start in. Well, we want to start it next week. Probably won't happen. It'll probably be the 21st. But Chad, on air, I'm gonna put you on the spot.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
What do you think of this for the name of our new show,
Okay.
Dynasty War Games?
Okay. With me being on air, do I have to pretend like I like it, or
No,
gosh,
if you don't like it, you
okay.
can tell me.
No, I mean it's all right. I like it. I like it.
Okay. If you don't like it though, you have to DM me a better.
We'll talk. We'll talk off air.
Yeah,
I like
okay.
it. It's great. We'll talk. Off air.
No, you don't have
Turn your
to.
camera on and
We-
say that, Chad.
we are
Turn your
absolutely-
camera on and say that.
First of all, that is not the brand of this show. We are not fake. We're not fake ass bullshit. And secondly, that is certainly not your brand, Chad. You are the brutally honest dick.
Well, anyways, back to the best Patreon league.
Okay.
Go on, keep talking about my win.
Yeah, you got lucky
All right,
2 weeks in a
so-
row, it looks like.
Right. So Chad won by 4 points in the first round, 6 points in the semis. Right.
Mhm.
So just sneaking by. And then 185 to 126 over Watsonberger in the finals.
Well, like I was telling Mike, you have to be strategic sometimes and save your points for the finals. So I didn't want to
Yeah.
overspend in the wild
Yes,
card of the
Low.
semis.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
similar to fantasy defense, right? Where if you let if you let the other team score too many points, sometimes that's your fault.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, so I picked myself to win because I just knew it. And you picked the dudes who was out in the wild card. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, another point for me. So what are we, 5-0 right now? Or
Now I see why Chad
Or-
made sure he got on the show.
4-0.
So he could be like, hey, I picked everybody that won. Wait, you're like 5 out of 7, right? That's kind of ridiculous.
all right. So
Chad's really
Wait.
good at picking fake fantasy football winners. I'm sorry, fake football winners.
I was gonna say,
well, I'm good at something, right?
Actually, I used to play a game.
Modest Mendoza. Yeah. that's a good one.
Modest Mendoza, I like it.
Change your team name. Modest Mendoza.
I used to play this browser game called Goal Line Blitz. Has anybody ever heard of that?
Mm-mm.
It sounds
It was a
vaguely
sh-
familiar.
That sounds
It was a
familiar.
strategy-based football game, and that was fake fantasy football. Because you people, it was sort of an RPG where you create players and you level them up and you build them and you join teams and anyone can own a team and recruit players. And it was really, really cool. It just got really, really expensive. And I had to quit. I was literally spending like $200 a month on this game. It was ridiculous. And
It had the
I
pending
realized-
divorce.
I realized I did have a failed engagement during that, but I realized when I actually won a league that all I won was a picture of a gold trophy, and I was like, I spent $200 this month for this. No, I'm out.
And then Jesse
and
owned
that
the
was
first
before
NFT.
NFTs, right?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. I think I did own the first NFT, but yeah, Goal Line Blitz was fake fantasy football, boy.
Little does Jesse know that's like sitting in a file somewhere in his old 1998 Microsoft
probably on my-
desktop, and
Next
it's
to
worth
Benson
like
and
$500
Rocky
million
Right here,
or something.
actually. Yeah, no, I guarantee it's on my laptop that's right here. No, I think about it.
Jesse, I think we're close in age. Do you remember the original floppy disk, like when they were actually big and floppy, and not the 3.5?
Number crunchers. Come on, I'm not that.
What were those 5-inch or 6-inch discs, something like that?
They were bigger, than the 3.5s, and they were like really floppy. So that's why they got called floppy disk. Yeah,
right. Yeah,
this whole conversation is
well, the 3.5-inch discs were actually called hard discs for a while.
You're more used to that.
I remember. Yeah.
Hard discs. Yeah.
I'm old enough that I had a Commodore.
Can we stop talking about 5 or 6 inch?
Not the J versus Bird. Commodore 64.
Nice. That was the best
He's
game
used
ever.
to the 3.5. He's good.
Yeah.
Number crunchers though. Yeah, that was it. That was my jam.
Oh
Number
man,
crunchers.
having a whole conversation about 5 and 6 inch floppy disks.
the hard floppy and then the
Chad is
floppy.
so mad that we're talking. Chad is so mad that we're talking about this during P7.
Oh, how's Ben Simmons doing? I'm just curious.
All right, so Brady, Kamara, Monty, Brandon Cooks, DK, Debo, Mandrews, Kyle Pitts, and Davis Mills. So the last didn't really put up, but the first bunch did.
I remember looking at his team midseason, and Chad was like, "I really like this team," and I was like, "Yeah, it's
a good ass team. It's a good ass team for this year specifically.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, like the
Debo, the Mandrews,
and you got
Well, you also, you
got lucky that DK heated up, got hot at the end again.
Well, kind of, but you gotta put into perspective too that it's a 2-point tight end premium league. So having Andrews and Pitts, they were pretty much scoring as my quarterbacks, That's pretty much what saved me this season. But and it's just extremely deep. Like I had Cordell Patterson, who's on my bench. I had
you don't even have a full roster. That's what cracks me up. You have 3 bench spots and 2 taxi spots and 2 IR spots. I haven't seen a single team like that in the playoffs like that we've looked at so far. That's pretty amazing, actually. In a year like this, when depth meant everything, for you to like not even have a full roster and be able to run it and have Cordarrelle, Rojo, there's another player I just saw in here, Landry. I started Landry in a championship that I won. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To have those guys on your bench is really good depth, and to have Chark and Calvin Ridley and Gus on your IR. That's you got a lot of really good hits on this team, so you didn't need to be. Oh, and AJ Dillon. I don't know if I said that. You didn't need to be deep. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
If everybody's good. You know what I mean? You don't need 3 scrubs at the end.
It's not the prettiest roster in the world, but it's super effective. So I kind of knew. Actually, when we did our Sunday school game or whatever, I picked myself to win then too, and I won. I think Mike picked if I remember right, because I'm not spiteful at all. Mike picked the dudes. Mike picked the dudes, the same one that Jesse picked. To win the playoffs. He really liked his roster.
I have no idea.
Is that a cup of tea, Brian?
Coffee.
Oh, okay.
Coffee.
Wow, you can drink coffee this late. Wow.
Yeah. Basically, if I'm not sleeping, I've got a cup of coffee going. So it's just
if you're my age, and you can drink coffee this late. Wow. I can't drink coffee after 5 o'clock if I want to sleep. Man, please somebody call me Pop for that line.
No, I refuse.
Pop needs his decaf.
For me, it's like a heroin addict. Like it doesn't really get me high anymore. It just kind of keeps me from killing somebody, like maintenance.
Yeah, it gets you back to zero. Yeah,
I like it.
That's like me and weed. Basically, that's me and weed.
All right. Do we have P8 or did we skip? I know we skipped them during the
Ocho
Picks podcast.
I have access to it, but
it's because Chad and I didn't have access. Yeah, I don't.
Okay,
have access.
if you want to run through it, Mike, and talk a little bit.
So the buys were Thomas something ... McGruber, was the other bye. And then we had Jay Hart 5'4", Mr. Baby, and Ben Doggy and Guzzy. Man, Guzzy in a lot of these Patreon playoffs. Thomas and Mr. Baby, basically the one seed. Sorry, I should look at the rest of his name. Just like Thomas Mountain. There you go. I just see 2 S's, so I'm like, hey, you did that on purpose, man. Anyway, the 1 and 2 seed made it in Thomas Mountain and McGruber in the championship, and McGruber came out with the win by 30 points. Exactly. No really close, no close games here, to be completely honest. It was pretty cut and dry. What's interesting is looking at all of these rosters, nobody's got Chase on any of these winning rosters.
Actually, I haven't seen him one. That is nuts.
Actually. I know in the semis he burned people. He had like 5 or 6 points. But I haven't seen him on any, so that's
right, because T. Higgins blew up.
These lineup settings are kind of make me want to throw up. It's 1 QB, 2 tight ends, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flexes and a super flex.
Wait, 1 QB, 2 tight ends,
5 flexes and a super flex.
Okay, I know what this is. So this is the Ocho. This is a Matty big.
Matty created. Yeah, he is. So
he just. I remember when this was being created, he was just trying to be different, which is cool.
Yeah,
he was just trying to do something different.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So right on.
Yeah, I mean, so many of my leagues are similar. The usual 12-team Superflex, tight end premium, right? So like, you got to switch it up. I have a couple really weird leagues too. I like it.
So
it's only start 9 too, which is kind of interesting.
The first few Patreon leagues, like 1 through 3, are sort of the chalk. Everybody's favorite.
Superflex tight end premium start 10.
Right? Exactly. And then 4 was when I think we started some of the gimmicks when we did the Scott Fish scoring.
That's right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 5, 6, 7. I'm not sure.
5 is 2. It's a whole point premium for tight end.
Okay.
7 is the same. 6 is I think 6 is pretty standard. 6 is standard.
And then 8 was that craziness. 9, I'm not sure. I don't remember. I guess we'll figure it out when we go through 9 in a minute here. But then 10 was the IDP, 11 was the auction, and then 12 was the live draft.
Yeah. Or 9 is a full point premium for tight ends as well.
Okay. All right.
So we're up to 12 now. Or are we beyond that?
Yeah.
No, we're at 12. We're at 12 official DWZ Patreon leagues.
Okay.
And then we have Memphis is recognized. Well, as a community, we've started to sort of recognize the 3 Devies.
Oh, 3. Okay.
3 Devies, the Campus to Canton, and I think that's it.
Which Devies have been given the seal of approval?
1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
So I think you're in 1.
I'm in 1, 2, and 4.
1, 2, and 4. Yeah, 4 was the 4 was the pub. 1. 4 was the one that sort of caused all of the kerfuffle. But I think we got all that straightened out. I don't really think there's any bad blood over that kind of stuff. I actually had I actually DM back and forth with Matty yesterday about it, and we're on pretty good terms, me and him. So I don't know what his relationship with Memphis is. I know he's personal friends with Jerry, but I like him. I think he's a good dude. I just think he's very passionate, and sometimes that passion overheats. Trust me, I'm a Philly fan. I totally get that.
Aggressive trade negotiator.
Oh, you know what?
He wants his guy. He gets his guys.
Yeah, one of my favorite people to trade with, by the way, because you can use all your rules on him. You know what I mean? Because if it's a Lion, if it's Swift or Hawk, you know what I mean. But anyway, sorry, I don't want to go. But I mean, really, I did want to just kind of land on. I think Matty's a good dude, and I wish him all the best.
All right.
Patreon 9. Is that where we're going?
Patreon 9. let's see here.
Oh. Can I tell you guys something?
Dude,
I found out something. I figured something out today. Listening to the Destination Devi feed. You know, Ray GQ's feed.
Yeah, you listened to the 4D chess today.
Yes, they did what we're doing.
I know
they're doing what we're doing
because they're Patreons that are now making their own podcast on his
exactly.
Feed. I was like, bah.
And I was trying to figure out like what their timeline was, and I listened to it, and it's about the same as ours.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I noticed that today too.
Yeah, today I listened to that podcast today. So like, I just think that's really cool, and I wish those guys all the best. I'm definitely going to listen to their podcast, and I listened to it today, and I don't exactly dislike their takes. I actually liked a lot of the shit they had to say.
Yeah,
so
I'll check it out.
Yeah, definitely. It's called what is it called? 4D chess.
It's called 4D chess. Yeah, and the D's all stand for something dynasty related. It's like
they have like
dynasty and something else. The other two D's.
They have like 4 pillars of what they're all about, you know. And hey, man, more power to them. I don't think there's enough space, or there's enough room in the space for people that are just straight up serious. You know, we're gonna give you our takes on Dynasty. I just think that there are monsters out there dominating the market, and you know, I don't think Chad, Mike, and I wanted to approach it that way. I think we wanted to approach it for something that was more, more fun.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, I do a small little thing, you know, with my co-host, but like honestly, for me, and forgive me if I've said this before, it's a fun hobby first. It's a way to talk to another Dynasty mind that is outside the DWZ community about players, stuff like that. And we get a few listeners here and there. So, you know, not
right
bad.
on. And to give those guys credit, also, they kind of said the same thing where they said they met in, you know, the Destination Devi Discord, which I was a part of for a while. And it's really hard for me to follow. I couldn't do it. But I just wanted his rankings, his Devi rankings. But anyway, they met there and they DM'd so much that their wives were giving them shit. And they figured if they're going to be talking Dynasty this much, they might as well start a Zoom. And then they started doing the Zoom, I think. And if they're going to do that, then they might as well turn it into a podcast, you know?
Nice. Yeah.
I mean, a little bit similar to what we were doing. We had kind of had a little bit more of an idea of what we wanted to do first. And our, you know, I think our idea was more unique where we're covering these Patreon leagues and making it like a super inclusive kind of thing, which, you know, we're going to carry over. Our podcast can't exist without this community right now, the way we do it.
Yeah.
So
we're really thankful that everybody's just kind of checking out what we have to say about it. I mean, I know it's enjoyable for them to hear about their teams, and I mean, we're getting a kick out of it just talking about it. So we're definitely gonna
honestly, it's amazing.
Not leave it behind for sure.
It's amazing to me how many good Dynasty players we've gotten to come on and talk to us about this stuff.
Yeah, and Memphis is all about Patreon involvement, and you know, I feel the same way as a Patreon. So if we can help them feel involved in what we do, and that takes it off of Memphis and the other guys to keep what they're doing. So I think it's
look,
great
if I didn't feel a sense of community, I would have never gone about this. You know, this would never, you know. Anyway, I'm not going to get mushy.
P9.
P9. All right, take it away, Chad.
So we have Neil had a bye, along with Daz. Daz also had a bye. I don't know some of these people. So Diedrich and the dudes, our favorite Icelander, played each other. Wow. Okay.
Firecock.
Wow. So the dudes won by 0.34 points.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
It was 120.36 to 120.7.
Wow. Wow. I mean, see, these are the kind of games I love to look at and try to analyze. Oh, Never mind. I was about to say these are the games I love to look at and try to analyze why somebody won, and it's real easy in this one. D. Hedrick, not Diedrich. Oh, we lost Chad. Oh no, we lost Mike. Damn. Looks like D. Hedrick started Lamar while he was out. Could have started Davis Mills and won.
Yeah.
He lost by less than a point, and Davis Mills had 15 as opposed to the 0 for Lamar. So if you can't set your lineup in a playoff game,
yeah,
what are we doing here? You know what I mean?
Yep.
But D. Hedrick, I'm not going to give it a lot of guff. I don't know who. I don't know. Actually, let's see if we can figure that out. I don't know who this is in the Patreon chat.
I don't know either.
Destiny is all who he has that's his team name. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think he needed to set his lineup, but anyway.
Yeah. But that's all right. We move. So
all these games were the semis were close too.
Yeah, they were really close. Nick Burnett and Stu Patrick played each other in the last wild card matchup, which Stu Patrick ended up winning 160 to 125. Then in the semis, we had Neil and the Dudes matching up there, which was a 4-point difference with Neil moving on, and Daz playing Stu Patrick, which was another 4-point difference with Daz moving on. We had a championship game with Neil and Daz, which Neil won comfortably, 187 to 137.
Yeah. So this is Neil's second win. Congratulations, Neil.
All right.
I mean, I think as a community, we gave Neil a lot of shit about ODB, but he scored him 15 points in the final.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ooh, he took a 0 out of Dawson Knox.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that was tough, man. I played against Dawson Knox this week, and was very grateful for that 0. But there we go. There's the Jamar Chase factor. 55.6 points. The next highest scoring player was Devin Singletary at 23.
Yikes.
Yeah, so there's that's a glaring difference right there.
Yeah, and it doesn't help
and that's more than his margin of victory as well.
Yeah. It doesn't help that Kittle picked his week to be trash as the finals week.
Thanks, Kittle.
Yeah, so
he got me in one game.
Yeah, he got me too. I'm pretty salty about it. But yeah, I mean, great win by Neil, and that's 2, like you said. So IDP's next, right?
Okay.
Oh, let's see who we had. Did we pick a winner in P9? I think we did. I don't think we got it.
I don't think we got. Did we? I don't know if we. Yeah, we definitely did. Because I know I picked myself in P10.
Yep. So you picked Stu Patrick, and I picked Daz.
Oh. No, you lose.
But I picked the runner-up, so I'm not too mad at it.
Yeah, it doesn't. Almost only. What is it? Horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah. Well, let's see. So IDP next.
All right, yeah, let's move on to the best, the most challenging, and the most competitive Patreon league.
Wow. AKA the one that Jesse won.
Oh, coincidence.
Yeah.
It's just coincidence. I mean, also my dominance, for sure. But So, all right, Chad, you go through it. I don't want to sound like a dick.
All right, let me get to it. Let me just riddle me this though, Brian. If this is the most challenging league, right?
Okay.
The most difficult league, the hardest one to win. Why is it the only one Jesse won?
Well, the question was to you, Brian, so you answer.
Well, here's the thing. I think Jesse plays up to the competition and maybe plays down. So, I think when really the heat is on, that's when he comes through.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Oh, it's all
I
making
played
sense now.
up and down to my phone. As a
Well
true
played.
as a true Philly player would, right? Okay.
Yeah,
So
Brian, you're a real friend. All right,
my
so
my answer would be a little more real, Chad, and that all of the leagues that I'm in prior to this, Patreon leagues that I'm in prior to this, were all my first startups ever, right? 2 years ago. Those were all my first startups. 75% of them are all now rebuilds because I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I was
Nice.
just trying to learn, right? In $10 leagues. That's why I joined all these $10 leagues to learn, right?
Nice.
And now the second set starts with Patreon 10.
Okay.
So
So
this
this
is a new chapter in Jesse's
yeah,
career.
P10 is kicking
okay.
off the dynasty, the Jesse
Yes,
dynasty.
yes.
So in my
That will
second
ensue.
year of doing startups, I win the first one I draft. Okay. I'm good with that.
I mean, I guess you could also, maybe coincidence, right? But you could also say that maybe Jesse will start winning more leagues as a result of being around me longer.
Okay.
You know?
Actually,
buy
you
that.
know what, Chad? I know you're screwing around or whatever, but I actually will give you a lot of credit for making me a better dynasty player. So thank you.
Everybody in this Patreon really makes everybody else a
Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. But through our conversations, me, you, and Chad, I definitely got better. You know,
Yeah, you know,
not that like trying to be like Chad made me better, but through our conversations, you know, and talking strategy and talking players, that absolutely did make me better. These conversations,
and that's how you do it, right? You know, you aggregate information, you learn from people who are further down the road than you, and that sort of thing. And I think, you know, what impresses me about Chad is he's good at something I'm very not good at. I kind of, you know, sprayed around and joined 97 damn leagues, and so I don't have enough. Basically, I'm not good at strategy and theory because I'm just kind of like just going from one to the other, and I don't have time to like deeply think about the next move and like chess and all that. And I'm trying to learn that part of it, and that's one of the reasons why I'm cutting down leagues.
Okay,
Yeah,
right
I
on.
appreciate that. Yeah, that's
absolutely
pretty good insight too. I mean, I think we're you know, we're all learning about, you know, what ends up working for us. I think, you know, there's not one way of being a good dynasty player. You know, a lot of people are good in different areas and they find different ways to win and go about winning. And that's my favorite thing about the Patreon is you really get to go in some of these leagues and see, you know, there's so many different ways of playing this game and being good at it. And so if you can just take away a little bit from everybody, I mean, you're going to end up being an extraordinary dynasty player. And winning a lot of money.
Absolutely. It takes putting your ego to the side. You know,
for sure.
It takes telling yourself, hey, I'm not the best. You know, I can definitely learn from this person. For sure. That's huge. And I mean, that's a big key to life, to be honest.
Or you could do like me and say, I am the best, but I will allow you to let me get better.
Right on. Yeah.
So,
well, okay. Yeah. I mean, because absolutely. Even the best can learn from other people.
I'm just messing around, but yeah. No, I wholeheartedly agree. So Growlers Pat had the bye. Oh man, that it always sucks when you have a bye and you just score a ridiculous amount of points.
I was the 6th seed and I barely made it in. By the way.
Oh really?
Yeah. I had a lot of injuries and COVID and really tough time down the stretch.
Jesse, we're talking about Growlers Pat. We'll get to you.
Oh, you bitch.
So Growlers Pat had the bye, but he scored 287 points on his bye, which is ridiculous. And then McGruber and God, I despise this name.
I remember Iacovon. That's close enough.
Iacovon. Okay.
Yeah, I remember we were saying it that way, and in the chat he said it was close enough. I forget. He's a combination of Russian and something else, and I think he lives in the Pittsburgh area.
Yeah, it sounds very Russian, and I don't mean I despise like his name. I just despise having to say it.
Having to pronounce it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to offend him, first of all, and then second of all, I sound like an idiot. But anyways, McGruber and then Ayakovan played each other. McGruber won by about 21 points. Ben Doggy had the second bye. He also scored pretty decent on his bye with 225. This is a pretty high-scoring league. So
as a good Eagles fan should.
Yeah. Because it's IDP. That makes a lot of sense. And then Jesse played Nick Burnett.
And he ended up winning. My heart. Yeah, it broke my heart beating Nick Burnett by 40 points.
38 points.
38, okay, whatever. We round up.
Yeah, Jesse's like rounding up by
2 points.
A lot more. Yeah, but I mean, come on now. Come on. No,
a point and a half.
Be a little modest, okay?
No,
we don't need to. All right, so then we had Growlers Pat and Jesse play each other. Growlers Pat put up a respectable 202 points, and Jesse put up a dominating 304 points.
Boom!
Doubled him up. Him up.
Did. Gave that bitch comeuppance.
Comeuppance.
Give me 10.
In the second semi, we had Ben Doggy versus McGruber, which McGruber won by a smaller margin of 29 points. So then we move championship, and the championship is a lot closer. Jesse squeaks out the win against McGruber by
I sweat this shit out the
8
whole
points.
Day, right?
8
I
points.
sweat this out the whole day, and all this is $100. This is only $100 payout if you win, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I had some much higher stakes leagues that I was in, but this is the one I was sweating because it's a Patreon league, right? And I desperately wanted to win a Patreon league, and I desperately wanted to win a Dynasty championship, and this was my first of each. So,
all right,
it came down to on Monday night. I think I only needed 2 points out of Jarvis Landry. So it wasn't that close, really, but it felt really close. I was trying to close him out on Sunday night. He had Adrian Amos on IDP for the Packers. I had Anthony Barr on the Vikings and Dalvin, right? And Dalvin just kept shitting his pants the whole night. And I at one point had taken the lead during that game, and Adrian Amos was putting up a 0. And towards the end of that game, he made a few tackles and ended up putting up almost 5 points. So it made me need points out of Landry, right? Does anybody really want to need points out of Jarvis Landry in a championship? You know what I mean?
I don't want to need points from any of Baker's wide receivers, to be honest.
Exactly. So, I only needed 2, but I got 10.5. So
nice.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
That Dawson Knox, Zero helped you out.
Yeah, Dawson. Yeah, actually, I referred to that earlier. I don't know if you might have dropped at that point, but yeah, I knew I faced the Dawson Knox 0. And he could have started Chuck Clark for the Ravens, who scored 33.7 as a D-back. But also, I could have started Cam Jordan, who scored over 30 for New Orleans. If we had made those moves, I still would have won. I still would have won by a point.
Yeah.
But man, my whole point is that was a tight game. I sweated the whole way, and this is what fantasy is all about. This is one of the most fun leagues that I played in all year. I mean, that's if I can have a championship game that comes down to the Monday night game, and I need a couple points. I don't want it to be that way, but it's fun, you know. So, and McGruber and I have had a nice friendly rivalry going, especially in this league. I played him the week before the playoffs started to get into the playoffs. I beat him, and right then and there, he's like, "Man, I forget who it was. I think it was Debo and Cup. He's like, man, I just want every time Debo or Cup got the ball, I'm just like, make it stop. And he was like, and he said, you're the one team I don't want to face in the playoffs. And then we ended up facing each other in the finals, and it was a lot of fun. I really like McGruber. I like talking fantasy with him, and I like talking shit with him. And it was really fun to face him in the finals. If I had lost this game, I would be saying none of this, by the way.
How much IDP?
He would be a piece of shit.
Yeah, that's probably very true. How much IDP do you play? Is that like your only IDP, or are you like an IDP guy?
No, I'm not an IDP guy. I figure it out as I go. I have been in. This is the second actually IDP league that I've been in my life. Coincidentally, I won the first as well. So, but that was it was an 8-team work league, and it was stupid. And those guys didn't know what they were doing, and I won easily. So this is the first real IDP league that I've won. Now I think about it. So first Dynasty, first Patreon, first IDP.
All right, trifecta.
Congrats, man.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, and I will say this is a pretty heavy IDP for actually I don't have a lot of, but I mean it's 2 linemen, 2 linebackers, 2 D-backs, and an IDP flex.
It's very
so it's
IDP
7
centric.
players.
Yeah.
And I will say that McGruber posted in the chat right after the game, like, what I learned from this year is that I'm selling off all my old players and getting younger, and I'm doing it for IDP players.
Yep.
Like he wants to build his IDP up. What I feel like I learned from this year is I can just cobble it together on IDP. Like I honestly played the waivers on IDP every week.
Yeah.
Cam Jordan I picked up during the playoffs, and he scored 30 points, I think, 2 weeks in a row. Anthony Barr I picked up for this game. I think that's about it that I started that I picked up there. But I mean, I've been cycling guys through all year. Like I just feel like IDP, it's kind of easy to play waivers because it's probably the hardest thing to predict, right?
I mean, to an extent, like you have your guys that are the elite IDP players, just like you would any other fantasy player. So, your Darius Leonard, your Blake Martinez, your guys just perennially rack up 150 plus tackles. Those guys are an automatic 150 points.
Tampa linebackers.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have your guys that get, close to 20 sacks a year, right? So this league, you at 4 points per sack or something like that. So, I mean, that adds up quickly. And then you have the guys who compound it, right? Like they'll get 70, 80 tackles a year and also get 16 sacks. So there's multiple different ways of being a really good IDP player, but it's just there's certain guys that are consistent at it every single year. But then you run the risk of them moving out of the system they're in because some of the players aren't dominating players. They're just the focal point of tackling in their defense. So
I got a huge year out of CJ Mosley.
Yeah.
A guy that didn't even play last year and had 9 tackles in 2019.
Well, yeah, because you got to think about it. It's not about the player, right? Like Blake Martinez is not the best linebacker in the league. Yeah.
No, he's a heck of a linebacker.
No, but he's a good linebacker.
He wasn't that guy in Green Bay.
No, he was. He was always getting tackles. Yeah.
Oh, okay. They just
that's just his skill set, right? Like his skill set is the cleanup guy. He's not going to get a lot of tackles behind the line of scrimmage. He's not going to get a lot of tackles that are meaningful in the game, other than preventing further yardage. But he just gets a lot of them, so he's a really good IDP player.
So not not a great middle linebacker, but a really good IDP player.
Yeah, and one of the things that I know a couple of guys in my fantasy and frames crew are kind of really into IDP, and one thing we were talking about is, especially sometimes on a week-to-week basis, like a bad player, that's that's going up against like a tough running game or a DB who's going to get picked on and increase his tackles and things like that. That can factor into how a guy does IDP. Yeah.
So you
for sure.
It might make sense to actually have a bad corner.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. Sometimes if you have a good corner that doesn't get thrown to a lot, that's going to hurt you. Unless they're unless they're digs.
Patrick Peterson is not really known for interceptions. He's just known for locking guys down, right?
Yeah.
Or was anyway at one point in his career. So he might have been a terrible IDP player, I would guess. Exactly. I don't really know because I didn't play. I didn't play IDP at that time, like when he was in his prime, but
yeah. And then there's certain like guys that you never would really give second thought to. Like they're good NFL players, but they're not like Aaron Donald, right? Like
right.
What's his name? For the football team, defensive lineman,
not Chase
tackle. Allen.
Josh Allen?
No, not Josh Allen.
Oh no, he plays for Jacksonville, doesn't he?
God, what's his name?
Jonathan Allen.
Jonathan Allen. Yeah, Jonathan Allen. Yeah. So Jonathan Allen, if you have like where you have to start a defensive tackle, he gets a lot of tackles for a defensive tackle most years, or at least he was. I don't know about this year because I didn't have him on my IDP teams. But so like I had one league where I had to start a defensive tackle, and he was outscoring almost every other defensive tackle by 7-8 points a game. Just because of the rate of tackles he was getting. He wasn't getting any sacks. He was just getting a ton of tackles.
Well, that's his role and his skill set. That's his thing.
Yeah.
That's what he's drafted for, and that's what he does.
Yeah. So if he ever moves to a different team and they play him in a different system, then all that goes out the window, right? But
yeah, if he plays,
that's kind of the risk you have in IDP a little bit.
Right, instead of nose tackle. I know a little bit about this player. He has the skill set to play 3-4 end. If he ever got moved to that. You all right, Chad?
Yeah, I'm good.
The cat attack
fell out of his chair.
Yeah, but that's really interesting. So, like in another, I was in 2 IDP leagues this year. The other one, I had I drafted Bobby Wagner with one of my last picks, and he carried me.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe he was there, and I looked at his age and was like, okay, yeah, he might do nothing this year, but I'm taking him. You know what I mean? And he lit it up for me, like he has every year of his career.
Age is far less a factor in IDP than it is.
Is it?
Yeah, because you don't have to be an extraordinary, God-given top-tier talent in the NFL to just rack up tackles. It's not.
Yeah.
Jordan Poyer is like 30 years old, and he's one of the top IDP safeties in the league.
Are you serious, dude? You're gonna bring up Jordan Poyer in this podcast?
Did I do something wrong?
Yeah. It's one of the few late round hits we had in that era of Eagles drafting. And we cut him in his second year. We just cut him. Second year, did not make the team.
That's hilarious.
And is an all-pro safety for the Bills since. Sean McDermott knew how to use him. Chip Kelly. Sorry.
It happens, man. It's the Eagles. Don't worry.
Well, if I could have a cage match right now between Chip Kelly and Ben Simmons, oh my God, would I love that. You got to give Chip Kelly like a knife or a steel chair or something, because Ben would dominate him, but I want to watch that.
Yeah, actually, surprisingly, one of my biggest pickups in IDP is just knowing the player in their role, right? So my biggest pickup in IDP was Olakun from Atlanta, the linebacker.
Okay, don't know
him. He combined tackles 180 this year.
Wow,
180.
Good
which
Lord,
is insane. Bobby Wagner was the next highest at 170.
So maybe he's just like the one decent player on a bad defense, or
he's just a fast cleanup guy. He's just a really fast cleanup guy.
To him.
He's running around the field and he's just cleaning stuff up. And I mean,
and
that's where
Chad,
your points are coming from.
Would I be right in? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, well, I was going to ask you, Brian. Like, do you have any? Do you have any like sort of IDP tricks or tips, or any like maybe soft rules that you go by, or
no?
Do you have any strategies when you go?
I don't even really. I had one IDP league this year, a charity league that we did with Fantasy and Frames. I try to avoid it as much as possible. To tell you the truth, it's just too much to keep track of. Yeah, no.
Okay, so it's more the guys you do the podcast with that are IDP.
Yeah, Nate Markham and Jorge Edwards are really into IDP. Nate was like a top 5 ranker for IDP week to week every year. I mean this year. So yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Shout out to him. That's difficult because, like you said, IDP is a lot to keep up with. And I don't brand myself as some IDP expert. I'm maybe like 4 years into IDP, and you know, I've had some relative success with it, but I mean, it's a lot and it changes from year to year. And sometimes, you know, I'm just not able to keep up with it as much as I would like to, but it's fun. It's fun. Anybody that hasn't tried it should definitely give it a try at least once.
It's called, are you guys on Apple Podcasts?
Yeah.
Brian?
Fantasy and Frames, I believe so. Yeah. The Sunday pregame doesn't get put up as a pod, but I
haven't been able to find it.
We call it, well, it might be because it's called Fourth and Frames. Like Fantasy and Frames is the brand, Fourth and Frames is the podcast. And Wednesday we do offense, and Thursday Nate and Jorge and Mike Woolert do IDP. And I don't go on the IDP show because I know nothing and can contribute 0.
Okay. Well, see, now it's interesting you say that, though, because I have found that having a layperson on a podcast like that means a lot. All right. So if I'm listening to a podcast and there is an intelligent person that doesn't know a lot about the subject and can ask good questions, makes for a good podcast.
Yeah, I went on once, and that's really what I did. I said, as I asked them questions, you know, and we had a good conversation. But and I think, you know, they gave out information and tips for, you know, novices and stuff. So it went well.
Okay. Nice. Yeah. Right on. I'm going to mention another podcast again, but I've always thought that about the CBS podcast crew. It's Adam Azer, Heath Cummings, the other two, actually,
right? Jeremy Eisenberg.
Eisenberg, which is the one that I consider an expert. Out of all of them, he's the one person I consider an expert. And then Dave, Richard. I forget his Dave Richard. Right? Who's kind of the nice guy of the podcast, which I think a lot of podcasts, they have a really good dynamic. I think Adam Azer on that podcast doesn't know a lot about fantasy and is not good at fantasy, but he asks good questions. He asks good, like, layperson questions. You know what I mean? And if you have someone on your podcast that is humble enough to do that, I think it helps a lot. It's entertaining anyway, and it helps to spur conversation.
That's Jesse's role, and we really enjoy it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm an idiot.
I'm messing with you, man. I'm messing with you.
No, we have we've talked about this in the past, and I'm the wild card. I'm the Charlie Kelly of the podcast, whereas Chad's the brains and Mike's the organizer.
The brains. Yeah, we need help.
Yeah. I guess, you know, if you're drinking Tito's the whole show, then you're probably the wild card.
Well, exactly. Yeah. That's the whole point. Oh, I found it. Fourth and Frames podcast.
Man, I already had it, so I didn't need to find it.
But I've been looking for this since you were on before, and you said it was called Fantasy and Frames, and I couldn't find it.
Yeah. That's our website. That's our brand, and then like we name the different podcasts different things, and yeah.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and follow show. Okay, nice.
All right. So, what are we moving on to the next one?
We got 11 and 12 left, right?
Yeah, we got 11 and 12. So, yeah, let's do it. But yeah, I absolutely want to finish all of this tonight since we're so close.
All right.
Do you have it up, Chad?
I'm bringing up 11 right now. 11 is actually one of my favorite leagues. I did not win it, but it's
so this
probably,
was the auction league.
Yeah, it's
I've
a
never
good, really fun league.
This is literally my first auction ever.
Mm.
I biffed it and went into rebuild immediately. So no, seriously, like I was like, I'm getting Mahomes, and I spent most of my budget on that and a couple other players. And as soon as Cam Akers went down, I was like, rebuild. Started selling guys off.
Yeah. So let's see. I always forget his sleeper name. I'm talking about Austin. Do you know his sleeper name? It's not bringing
Sweet
it
and
up
Low
for me.
Civic.
Yeah, Sweet and Low Civic, who's Austin. He had the first bye. Big OTDs and Wolfie played in the wild card, where Wolfie won by a margin of 6 points. Garrett had the second bye, and then Memphis and Joseph Fry played, with Memphis coming out narrowly ahead at 135 to 127. Sweet and Low Civic played Wolfie and lost very marginally, very, very marginally, by point. What is this? 0.7?
0.42.
0.42?
Wait.
I'm bad at math.
Sorry. I'm sorry. 0.62.
0.62. Yeah. So maybe I'm good at math. Okay. So 0.7 or 0.6, I guess.
Less than a point.
Yeah,
Man,
that's rough.
That's rough.
And then Memphis destroyed Garrett, 161.9 to 126.9. And then our championship round, we had Wolfie, who beat Memphis 178 to 164 to take the crown. So good job, Wolfie.
So a couple quick comments on this real quick. So Sweet and Low Civic is Austin. This is somebody that Mike and Chad and I were in a lot of leagues with, and he was not in DWZ. I think it's a friend of Mike's. Yeah, and through Mike, Chad and I ended up being in a lot of leagues with him. He's a great guy, awesome dynasty player, just a lot of fun to be in a league with. Really active, and will DM with you all night about player values and stuff like that. Really a lot of fun. And in fact, in one of those DM sessions, me and him, I had a little Tito's in me, and I was like, dude, why the hell are you not in this Patreon? Why are you not in DWZ? You're one of us. You're one of us, but you're not one of us. What's going on here? And I basically harassed him until he joined. And for him to get that far in a startup, right after he joined,
yeah,
man, it makes me proud. Give him a lot of credit for getting to the semis, losing
0.6 away from the finals. Yeah, 0.6
losing by less than a point, and would have won in the finals if he had actually scored that point. Because he scored in the finals round. He scored more than both of the finals teams.
Yep.
But also, what I want to say is, congrats to Wolfie, because that dude has a lot of teams in Patreon leagues that were in the playoffs and went real far, and I'm really glad that he actually won one of them. So that's awesome. So congrats, Wolfie. He was part of the original round of startups 2 years ago. So glad to see that. And then Garrett Collins getting to the semis, man. That dude got real far in a lot of his leagues.
He's a good dynasty player.
Yeah, he is. Garrett Collins is one of the better dynasty players in Patreon. I will say at one point, I think I pissed him off a little during some trade negotiations. But to his credit, I apologize. I said something I shouldn't have. I said something that I didn't mean the way he took it. And I apologized. And he's like, oh, okay, all good. Let's make this trade then. You know what I mean? He
nice.
Shook it off and was really cool about it. And I really like him. He's a good dude. So nice. To see him, and he's an excellent dynasty player. I would love to get him on the show just to see, just to pick his brains a little bit. And Wolfie too, man. I remember in our first set of startups, I drafted next to Wolfie in 3 drafts, and the dude just kept sniping me round after round after round.
Yeah,
and he rode it to a championship. So good job, Wolfie.
Hey,
Good
and
stuff.
fun fact, Wolfie is the name of the dog at the other end of the hall who constantly barks when I'm out in the hallway with my dog. And then it spooks my dogs out and makes it harder for me to control them.
So it's a love-hate relationship with Wolfie.
Yes.
I think it's hate.
No, I mean, we like this Wolfie, hate that Wolfie.
Well, we like this Wolfie. I don't know if Brian even has any.
Brian likes him too. We all like Wolfie.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I like it.
All right.
So, do you know what kind of dog it is? Have you ever seen the dog?
Oh yeah, I mean he's just a little nervous
Husky.
Nelly. He's a little
okay.
dog, and they yap a lot, and yeah.
How do you have a dog that's not a husky and you name it Wolfie?
I would
Don't know.
name I think any like big mutt. I might.
But
You
not
know.
like a yipper, right? Like the little
No,
yippy
not
dogs?
a little yipper. No,
Not a
it's a weird
Wolfie?
name for a little yipper. What kind of dogs do you have?
I guess
Brian?
maybe it's ironic.
It is ironic. as a
It
matter of
could
fact.
be, yeah. When I was a kid, we had a dog named Zeus, and we named him that because he was the runt of the litter. So it was kind of like
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
sort of thing.
Actually, that's a really good one. I like that.
So the dogs I have, real quick, are 2 labs, a chocolate and a yellow. And I got them in July after the second of my other dogs passed. And
sorry, man.
yeah. And there's been some problems here and there with them, but we're working on it. But yeah, they're great.
Labs are great dogs, man. I mean, if you put the time and the effort and the love into them, they'll definitely repay it.
Man, good on you. How do you have 2 labs? That's a lot of work.
It is. They're hyper dogs.
Yeah, they're a handful. Yeah, and actually, I don't know if anybody cares about my dogs, but
I do.
they've become one of them especially has become very reactive since I got them in July, and so I'm working with the behaviorist and stuff like that to try to
Nice.
work.
Did
on
you
it,
get them
but,
as puppies or were they?
Yeah,
older?
no, they're 6 and 7. They were a bonded pair living together in Louisiana.
Oh,
and,
nice.
yeah, so now they're up here with me.
Oh wow! So they
Awesome.
probably went through a lot of the storms and stuff over there in Louisiana, huh?
Possibly, yeah.
What are their names?
Bentley and Toby.
Bentley and Toby. Okay.
Nice.
Anything behind those names, or were they?
I just
were they already
inherited
there?
the names, and
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Gotcha.
and I didn't change them. Yeah,
Right on. Yeah, I feel like it's tough to change a dog's name, but I will say those are both good dogs' names because they start with a hard consonant and they're only 2 syllables, so they're
That's
easy for a
the
dog
formula.
to
Yep.
recognize.
Is that really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that does work, huh?
Yeah, that's a real thing. If it starts with a hard consonant and is short, 1 or 2 syllables, it's very easy for them to learn and pick up. I mean,
Nice.
if you have a collie or another like really intelligent breed, it probably doesn't really matter. But for a lot of dogs, it really helps.
Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. You would think I name a lot of animals.
Do you?
So you'd think I would.
Oh yeah,
know
all
stuff.
your horses. Yeah.
Yeah, we have like 30 something horses, and they all have names.
Wow.
So
How many oatmeals and patches do you have?
Oh, none. I have a Pico though.
Oh, Pico from Pico de Gallo.
Yeah.
Nice. I like it.
But my wife named him, so
Nice.
yep. And then we have I guess 2 of the ones that we're kind of working with right now because they're about to head out tomorrow. Pico and Charles.
Charles. Nice.
Yeah.
I always like when a pet is named like an unexpected human name.
I
It's
do
just
too.
funny.
I
It's
do
just
too.
funny to me. Like if it was
We have
a
2
Henry
like that. We have
You
2
know?
like that. We have a Charles and a Bill.
and a Bill. Yeah, Bill is a great name for a horse.
Yeah. Yep.
What up, Bill?
Yeah. Exactly. It's just fun, right?
Yeah, one of
absolutely.
my exes, we're still in touch. We're still friends, but like her last 2 dogs were Zach and James.
Nice.
I like
and
it,
She,
yeah,
she
I like
likes
it.
doing that. Yeah.
My dad had a horse when I was young, and he was such a dick. His name was Oatmeal, and every time I got on that horse, he knew that I was scared shitless to be on him. First of all, and didn't know what I was doing, and like his whole goal was to walk because he would never go above a trot, no matter
Yeah.
what I did, no matter how I was like, yeah. Or kick my heels or whatever. He'd just keep walking.
That's
right?
a good kid horse, man.
And that horse would walk under everything, every low branch or clothesline he could possibly find to try to knock me off. That bitch.
Have you ever seen that Bob's Burger episode where Tina goes to horse camp?
Yes, I have. She got the tough horse. Or she got the problem horse.
Plops,
No, I haven't seen it, but I gotta check it out.
Yeah.
The way I didn't mean to laugh at your pain, but the way you said his name was Oatmeal and the look you had on your face, it just looked like trauma.
Yeah.
I was like,
that horse did not like me.
In fact, Jesse can't even eat oatmeal now. It's just
That's true. Luckily for me, my dad was smart enough to teach me to never walk behind that horse because that sucker would have kicked me into oblivion. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I got kicked.
He had this little thing where if a fly was behind him, he would kick.
I've only recently been kind of injured by a horse. So I got kicked by one named Valspar. We called her Val, but she was like a she had like, I guess they call her a paint horse, the type of horse she is, the breed.
Oh, is that why?
So she has like, yeah, so we called her Valspar. I called her Val. She kicked me.
Ow.
Yeah, she kicked me in my thigh. It hurt like a motherfucker.
I bet.
And I mean like a mother sucker. And then a horse named, an older horse named Candy. Not our horse, but anyways, I was moving it for somebody else and she freaked out in a trailer and she bashed my face against the trailer.
Whoa.
Sliced my face open and I went unconscious and all kinds of stuff like that.
Recently?
This was like 3 years ago, I think.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, so like I was concussed and all kinds of stuff. And luckily, so like I passed out in the horse trailer, and there's like 2 other horses tied there. And they were very polite. Yeah, they were very polite. They just stepped around me for like a good,
oh my God,
I'm guessing like 35 minutes or something.
Oh my God, dude.
So
wow, I'm really happy to be talking to you right now, to be honest.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Wow. But anyways.
I learned, when my dad had that horse, not to walk behind a horse, but also in Red Dead Redemption 2, if you walk up to a horse too fast and try to loot a saddlebag, he will kick the hell out of you and kill you.
Yeah, yeah, man. Those wild horses. Yeah, actually, I guess advice that probably nobody that's listening to this is ever going to use. But if you do walk behind a horse, if you do have to walk behind a horse, it's better to walk closer to the horse than it is to walk a distance away.
Oh, so they can't stretch out?
Yeah, so they don't get enough power in the kick for it to hurt. I've been kicked where like they didn't have, like I was right on their backside and they can't get enough power for it to even really hurt that bad. Like, they just kind of kick up and it's more like a push. But if you're good like 3-4 feet away from them or like the good 5 or 6 feet, oof, yeah, you're probably dead. So it's anyways, let's move on.
Let's move on.
Apologies to people in P12 who have been waiting 2 hours.
You know what? I'm gonna apologize more to people in P12 because y'all gonna have to keep this conversation going while I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I like how
by
we
the
talked
way,
about.
I don't have access to this league, so I'll take your word for
it. We'll wait. We'll talk about other things. So I like how we talked about dog names, horses, dynasty theory, IDP, and all these different subjects have nothing to do with these leagues. I guess IDP does a little bit, but before we got to P12, so yeah, we apologize. But yeah, man. I mean, how many Patreon leagues are you in?
So I'm in Debbie 1 and 2, and I'm in C2C 1, and I'm in P3 and P4. And technically, I'm also in the old school free league, the Warzone Listener League with Jerry. So
oh, nice.
Yeah,
nice,
so
nice. I haven't seen those listener leagues. I kind of wanted to check those things out. See about
of course, I forgot it was I forgot it was free, and then I was reminded it was free when someone posted for the opening in the chat, and I was like, oh, Oh, yeah, I just won a free league.
That's hilarious, man. I'm in Devi 1 and Devi 2, but I'm not as, I don't know if it's an MFL thing or what, but I'm not as diligent about trading and doing all that kind of stuff. So that's like the thing that I want to try to get better at for this next season, because I do like the leagues and I like what I have going in both of those. But man, it's MFL to me, it's just a drag a little bit, and I guess you can't do Devi and Sleeper effectively or efficiently. So that kind of sucks, but I don't know. What do you think about MFL?
So I hate to I don't want to it's customizable, it's got features, you can handle Debbie better that way, yada yada. But yeah, it's like MS DOS or something. Like I just it's clunky. I can't find anything, but yet there's 7 ways to get to everywhere. And I try to limit as much MFL as I can and try to keep it to like Debbie and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, man. And the app is like horrible. So you're like forced to use a desktop version. And it's a thing. But those are really, really, really fun leagues though. So I really want to get more involved into the whole trading aspect of them. I think my Devi players are really good, especially in Devi 2. You have any guys in there, any Devi guys that you're excited about?
You know what? I happen to be on MFL right now, updating trade bait in some of those leagues. So let's take a look at Devi 1. I don't think I got too many. These are teams I inherited. So let me see here. I can do. There's no more submit lineup, so I'll go to trades to see what the hell I got here. Nope. Okay.
Take your time. It's MFL.
Right. So let's see, Debbie guys. I've heard a couple good things about Zach Evans.
I like Zach Evans.
Xavion Valade from Wyoming was he was a good like I don't want to say sleeper, but like lower ranked guy in C2C leagues. I don't know if he's going to turn into anything in the NFL. I think I got some good receivers: Quentin Johnson, Charleston Rambo, Wan'Dale Robinson, and Garrett Wilson.
Nice.
That's I mean it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah.
Wait, go over those Devi assets again. Can you go over those Devi assets again, real quick?
Yeah, hold on one sec. I clicked on the different page. So, okay, so this is Devi 1, aka Devi Warzone. I took over the Banana Slugs team this year.
Nice.
Which is I guess the mascot for UC Santa Cruz or something like that. So Zach, no quarterbacks. Zach Evans and Xavion Valade, the guy from Wyoming. Those are my running backs. No tight ends, but pretty good wide receivers. Quentin Johnson, Charleston Rambo, Wan'Dale Robinson, and Garrett Wilson. So I mean,
nice.
Not bad.
Nice.
But a team that needs some work. I was in the basement.
Wan'Dale and Garrett Wilson will give you a boost this year anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
When I do Debbie on Sleeper, you got to have like you got your NFL on Sleeper, and then like the Debbie assets and the picks are on this like spreadsheet they got to keep referring to when you're making trades, and it's
right. Yeah, it is kind of a pain in the ass. I guess that's the only really thing that MFL is better at.
Yeah. I'd still almost rather do Sleeper in a separate spreadsheet.
I would absolutely rather. I would absolutely rather, because everything else about MFL is awful. You have to have a separate chat. Any league that you have to have a separate chat, it's probably going to be crappy. Yep. Like as far as the activity, like the talk and the shit talk, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Devi 2 has a group me chat, and it's the only I guess Patreon league that I'm in that is outside of Sleeper. I guess I'm in Devi 1 as well, but I think they have a Twitter chat, which is even worse in my opinion. But anyways,
Mm-hmm.
they have a separate group me chat, and I forget it's there like 99% of the time. The only time I ever remember is if I just happen to be scrolling through like my thousands of group me messages from other random chats, and I see it, and I'm like, oh yeah, there's a Devi2 chat.
Right.
And it's not very active anyways, but yeah, I don't know. Good league, but man, it's tough.
Sleeper is better at keeping leagues active than any other platform, as far as I'm concerned.
For sure, I agree. All right, so what are we on? P12, right?
12. Yes.
All right, so let's get it. Oh, nice. They haven't reset the league yet, so we don't have to go back in time. All right, so we have D Slom. I don't know.
Yeah, David Slomsky.
Okay. So D Slom had a bye. Man, he scored 217 points on his bye. Like I said, I mean, it's always nice to score a lot of points anytime.
Sure,
but
save them up.
Yeah, there's something shitty about having a bye and scoring more than anybody else.
Well, back in the day, you know, in the 90s and the early 2000s, when there weren't 200 fantasy points to be had in a game, you know, you really felt like if your running back scored 3 touchdowns in a game, it's like, he's not going to have 15. You know, can you just save it up?
Yeah, exactly. And then Double Eagle played who? Oh, I've never seen these people before.
Say it. Just say it. I don't have access. So
MJ Phil or MJT Hill maybe.
Okay. Cool. Oh yeah, I know him. He's new.
Okay, awesome. Well, yeah, this year, great. Anyway. That's awesome. Made the playoffs, and he beat Double Eagle by about 31 points. So that's great. Memphis had his bye, and Memphis is doing buys right because he scored 86 points on his bye.
Oh shit.
So if you're gonna have an 86-point game, have it on your bye, right?
Yeah.
And then Lions Pride, which is that Jerry? No,
that's a different. Lions Pride is just a different Patreon user. He's a newer guy too.
And Campy played each other, and Campy won that by 16 points. In the semis, we had D Slom beat out MJT Hill, won by about 45 points. Then we had Memphis and Campy play, and Memphis absolutely destroyed Campy, 182 to 125.
Damn, I would like to have seen Campy win that league. Although,
me too.
Campy, if you I know you're not in chat, but if you listen to this in the future, man, where you been, brother? We need you back. I miss you.
Yeah. He's been
busy
in Australia. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So maybe there's life going on. He better not be cheating on us with another Patreon. That's all I have.
All right. D-Slom and Memphis played each other in the finals, which Memphis absolutely destroyed D-Slom 217.89 to 145. Nice. So Memphis had his 86.98 point game on his bye, and then came out with 217.89 points in the finals.
Nice. And I will say this is the Memphis Jerry combo. This is the team up.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well,
this was the live draft, and then Memphis and Jerry shared a team. I think.
No, I appreciate the. I appreciate the correction because that is important. So, I'm not gonna go back through and recognize everybody else that lost because you guys lost anyway.
So Memphis, but, this is kind of like Memphis is our dad, right? And Jerry's kind of our drunk uncle.
I thought Jerry was going to be the mom. And I was like, yeah, that makes
sense. No, I love Jerry too much to say that. Jerry's the drunk uncle. He's the guy that, like, sometimes in his ramblings, man, that shit makes really good sense. But most of the time, you're like, all right, Jerry. All right, Uncle Jerry.
I'm sticking with the maternal figurehead. Jerry is the maternal figurehead. And we move.
That cracks me up like that, but it does.
Nice. So let's see here. So I just want to see who was a part of this 217-point lineup here. So Jerry and Memphis had Dak, AJ Dillon scored 22 points. Deontay scored 17 points. Zach Ertz scored 17 points. Sony Michelle. So they just got Jamar Chase. Okay, makes sense.
There you go.
Jamar
But
Chase.
you got steady production across the board,
Yeah.
and then Jamar.
Yep. Swift
was
had
who,
a
Memphis?
down week for him, but other than that, I mean, everybody else scored really well.
This was who, Memphis?
Yeah, Memphis and Jerry.
Right. Okay. Yeah, Swift. Oof. Swift tried to undermine a lot of teams this last week, huh?
Yeah. It's
It wasn't
Yeah, it's
until
been
the second
something.
half until he got a carry.
So if you're the Lions, what's the point in doing that? Why bring him back? You know, in a losing season after that injury, if you're just gonna run him 4 times, like what was the point?
I think it comes down to Dan Campbell as a player's coach, and Swift came out in the media and said, "I want to play."
Okay,
So,
I
think,
maybe keeping the player happy. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's all that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
If you go to a player and say, "Hey, man, we want to hold you out and we want to keep you healthy. You're our main guy. We want you for next year," and he's like, "Coach, I just want to play." If you're a player's coach, then all right, we'll get you. You're not going to be the lead back, but we'll get you.
Speaking of Swift, I actually traded him away today.
Really?
I got some inspiration from the Patreon chat. Somebody had asked about a Swift trade where they were getting 3 firsts for him, and I was like,
"Wow,
I need to get in this action." So I went in one of the only leagues that I have Swift. I think I have 2 shares of Swift, one in P5 and then one in this league that's a non-Patreon league, and I traded him away for. Let me get this up real quick.
I have 2 shares of Swift as well, and I prize them.
I have like almost Maddie level shares of Swift, probably. So,
wow,
like 30.
I'm a big Swifter, but there's a couple places I am trying to move them because like this one team, it's just a effing putrid team, and it's one of the few assets that could bring me multiple pieces. So it's like, might as well go for it, right?
Yeah, this is a rebuild, and I was more so aiming. I figure if I'm going to trade a running back, which I love trading running backs high. I traded JT away when he reached his kind of peak before the production hit for 3 firsts. That's what I got for him. I think I got like the 104, 105, and like the 110 or something like that. Nice. It was like 2 middle to early first, and then a late first.
Nice. Yeah, he didn't turn out to be the league winner. He looked like in the midseason.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just I just love trading away these running backs when they hit peak. So I was like, yeah, it's about that time for Swift, I think. So I ended up trading away Swift for Akers, Calvin Ridley, the 106, and the 201, and I gave away Swift and a 2024 second. So
nice. That's huge value.
Yeah,
in my opinion. Other people might see it differently.
Yeah,
but
I think a lot of people would take Swift in that trade, which I'm not one of them.
I would never give up that for Swift.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because number one, like anything else, it depends on your team situation, and in this situation, it might have made sense. I tend to be pretty conservative on someone coming back from an Achilles and a guy who we don't know his NFL future right now. So, and plus I'm a Swifter, so there's bias there, but I guess it's a pretty good trade. Yeah.
So I happen to think all right, so Akers, if he comes back, let's say Akers even lost a step, right? Mm-hmm. If he loses a step, he's probably still their best back.
Maybe. You know what?
I think
it's real hard to quantify because some guys lose a step and are done. Lev Bell lost a step and was done.
No, I mean his process has to be going exceedingly well if they're bringing him back for the playoffs. Number one. Number two, I've been around a lot of Achilles.
Absolutely.
I mean, I played soccer on a pretty high level, and I've been around a lot of Achilles injuries, and I've seen a lot of guys come back really strong from Achilles injuries, just in my personal experience. I've just seen a lot of guys do it, and a lot of guys who aren't like exceptionally athletic. You know, I mean, just naturally, and still able to make, you know, the same amount of, I mean, the same kind of cuts they were able to make before. And it's just one of those things. Like, I don't know if it's just because of that background. I think people
There's
are
not a lot of
overplaying
history with it.
that Achilles injury for the NFL. I mean, I've just seen, especially even in professional soccer, right? Like it's one of those things, like people get them and a lot of times come back, especially at that age, 22, 23. You know,
Well,
there's a soccer player that just had a really, really, really bad Achilles injury named Callum Hudson-Odoi. And he was gone for like over a year, like literally over 12 months. He was gone. And he came back and he looks brilliant. I mean, he looks, if not better than he did before.
I don't think we had a lot of data on this. You know,
I don't think so.
All of the running backs that went down with Achilles were marginal at best talents, right? There was not one star that it's ever happened to. When it happened to Akers on Twitter, I kept seeing posts with all of the running backs that never came back from Achilles, and I was like, who are these guys? The top name on the list was Dante Foreman, and guess what? He came back this year, and balled out. You know,
I mean, I think people are overstating.
He balled out Dante Foreman style. You know, really
yeah.
slowly, but he still put up.
But
numbers.
that's just the player he was. Yeah,
yeah
I've seen enough of it
before he got hurt. Absolutely.
I've seen enough of it where I don't buy the hype of an Achilles is a career-ending injury for everybody. I don't think that's the case at all.
No, we did not have enough data. We had marginal talents, marginal to subpar talents that got hurt with Achilles and never really came back from it. Well, I mean, that's just probably they just weren't good enough to begin with. And then after the injury, they probably didn't get as much of a chance as they did even before the injury. Once you come back from an injury, and if you were never such a great player, then you're probably not going to get huge opportunity.
Better. Yeah. I mean, I mean, yeah.
So,
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think
Foreman come back like he did this year was very encouraging. And the fact that Akers is playing this week, is hugely encouraging.
Okay. I just think if Ridley comes back, right, or Akers comes back, either one, right, and they're the player that they were before the injury or before the hiatus, for lack of a better term, then I think that's fair value. If both come back and they're the players they were, then that's, just robbery, right?
Yeah,
like the 106.
If Ridley comes back and is a top 5 to 10 wide receiver like he should be, then absolutely, you're destroying that person.
Yeah, and Akers comes back, and even if he's just RB12 to RB13 for the rest of his career, that's fine, right? I'm expecting more than that, but let's just say hypothetically that's what he is. Then I also have, as a buffer between those two players, the 106 and the 201, which the 201 could end up definitely as a really good first-round talent player, right?
It could be Chris Olave.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if you like Chris Olave, but
no, I love Chris Olave, but
he very well could go at the 201.
Year. For sure.
It could be a quarterback. That could be Malik Willis.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yep.
And say what you will about this year's quarterback class. If there are if legitimately 5 guys get drafted in the first round, 3 of them are going to be starters probably, and they just hold their value. Quarterbacks that come into the NFL and start hold their value. You can get at least a first round pick for Zach Wilson right now.
What's the name of the NFL scout that started working for the Senior Bowl a few years ago? He runs the Senior Bowl now. It's gonna bother me. I love this guy. I follow him a lot, but
I thought it was
his name is escaping me.
I thought it was the Packers coach's brother.
I mean, no, this guy's a really. I mean, it might be, but he's a really successful scout.
What's the Packers head coach's name? Nagy.
LaFleur, you saying?
Oh no.
Yeah,
The
Jim
Bears-
Nagy.
Jim Nagy. That's right. It's
Jim
the
Nagy.
Bears head coach's brother. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Jim Nagy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've seen him on Twitter a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, he's great. Jim Nagy's awesome. Anyways, he's been running the Senior Bowl for years. He kind of made the Senior Bowl what it is today. I mean, he's taken it from basically nothing and has created this giant of a platform where, you know, the Senior Bowl really kicks off the draft now. And
there are a lot of really good underrated players to come out of the Senior Bowl too. The Eagles do really well drafting Senior Bowl players.
I think the Senior Bowl success rate is like mind-bogglingly good, and now better and better players are going. I mean, lock-in first-round talents are going to the Senior Bowl now, whereas like years ago, he was on a podcast recently. I don't remember what podcast it was, but he was just on a podcast within the last few days. It got released, and the episode did. And he was saying that when he took over the Senior Bowl, they were sending out invites, and these players were going to their agents and saying, should I even do this? Like, what is this thing? Mm-hmm. And now it's like they're sending these out to players, and players are like, they're checking their mail for these things because they want to go so badly, because they know you can go from a second-round pick to a top 5 pick based off the Senior Bowl, or third-round pick to a day 1 pick, right? Or a first-round pick. But anyways, that's beside the point. He was on there talking about Malik Willis, and he said, I'm paraphrasing because I don't have the quotes in front of me or anything, but he said something along the lines of, people are making the same mistake I watched them make with Justin Herbert. They're going to make it with Malik Willis. He said, this is a talented kid who has not one NFL player around him in that offense.
Would you feel the same way about Sam Howell?
I don't know. I'm not feeling this way. This is what he said.
Well, okay. But I'm sorry. All right. Maybe that I phrased that question wrong, but I feel as though Sam Howell lost all. He's got one wide receiver, I forget his name, starts with a D, that's good, that is probably an NFL talent, but otherwise he has nothing, and probably the worst NFL line in D1, Sam Howell.
Yeah.
But I'm
sorry. Yeah, he was saying that he thinks that, he thinks it's a really, really good shot. Malik Willis is going to be very undervalued and is going to be a very good NFL quarterback.
If Malik Willis is there in the late first, early second, I'm all over him. I probably most of these quarterbacks. I'm not sure about Stroud or Ritter at that point.
I like Ritter. I like Ritter a lot, but I know that
Ritter is very
really up and down on Ritter. Yeah. Yep.
But like any of these guys, I feel have the potential to fall to 110 to 204.
Yeah, I mean a lot. Like Ritter is like a tools guy, right? Like everybody's going to look at him. Same kind of thing that Josh Allen was, right? Maybe not to the extent of talent. Like Josh Allen's talent is like, his arm talent's incredible, but coming out, everybody looked at Josh Allen and they looked at his completion percentage and they looked at, the types of throws he was missing, and they said, what can't this player do? Instead of what can this player do? If
Ritter goes to it. It just so depends on where he goes. If he goes to the Saints, I'm going to have some optimism. If he goes to I don't know who Jacksonville's coach is going to be. But if he goes to a situation that like Trevor walked into, you know what I mean? It could be really bad for him. Or like, actually, I think Zach Wilson is the problem in New York. I don't think that's the Jets organization, to be honest. I think they have pretty good coaching.
Yeah.
Josh Downs. Thank you. UNC. Josh Downs is the only NFL. He's the only NFL level weapon that Sam Howell had this year. He lost both of the running backs and a wide receiver. And God, guys, I can't see either of you now. It's very lonely. But yeah, I mean, I think my whole point on this quarterback class is that they're going to be real underrated and they're going to drop. And man, just pick them off. You know, if they go in the first round and they have a clear path to being a starter, they're going to hold their value. And if you can get them late in the first, early in the second, or in mid to late second, man, you know, like you said, like with Herbert, that guy was gold immediately. I mean, I'm not saying any of these guys are going to be Josh Herbert. What I'm saying is that the potential is always there. You know, Josh Herbert was faded so hard, you know, until he took his first snap with the Chargers. You know what I mean? Not a single, I did not hear a single person that said, you know, Herbert is going to be the best quarterback in this class. I did not hear one person say that leading up. And he absolutely is.
Nice.
Yeah, I really feel like this quarterback class is going to make or break people's rosters. Some people are going to hit on some absolute gold. And well, maybe not make or break because, well, I don't know. I guess if you take Corral first overall and he busts, then yeah, it breaks your roster a little bit. But I just feel like that there's such potential gold late in this draft.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
and for as much as people are fading this draft, you got 5 potential first round quarterbacks, 3 most likely first or second round running backs. We just lost Chad. And what, 8 wide receivers for my count? I mean, 17 players. Plus, you have 2 really good tight end prospects.
I mean, you know, I have to first, you know, preface this with I haven't done much looking into the 2022 rookies yet, to tell you the truth. But like, yeah, there's 5 first-round quarterbacks, but you know, by all reports, they're not the 5 first-round quarterbacks from 2021. So yeah,
not all
like,
reports.
Yeah,
not all reports. I've heard a few people push back on the fading. That's all.
Okay. I'm not necessarily saying I'm fading them. I just, you know, people say 5 first round. It just depends on the year.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't even know yet. I'm not at that point yet. I will typically watch a couple games, you know, for each prospect, before I like have my final opinion. Not that matters since I took Rager over CeeDee Lamb.
So
I mean, I watched Rager on tape, and I just thought he was going to be a stud, man. I really did. Not. I mean, before the Eagles took him, when the Eagles took him, like, I jumped up and down and danced around my house. That was absolutely the wrong.
Just like the
reaction.
Vikings brass did.
Yeah, exactly. That was absolutely the wrong reaction by me.
Yeah. So,
me. Justin. I thought what I was told.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson is a slot only. I didn't understand though why people were saying Justin Jefferson was a slot only. So that taught me a lot, actually. So in the future, I'm gonna start asking, at least ask myself why. Why is this? What is he, 6'2"? He's like 6'2", 210, 220. Like, he's got the size to play outside. And he ran some pretty good routes at LSU. And he wins at the catch point. And we have some weird Russian spam that I'm going to throw up here.
Oh, great. Awesome. Welcome.
But like,
comrade.
But like, yes, welcome, comrade. But like, that actually just totally threw me off of my point. What was I talking about?
Justin Jefferson not just being a slot.
Oh yeah. Why were people saying that? So, like, from now on, when I'm going through like all these podcasts and reading these articles and listening to these talking heads, from now on, if I hear things like that and it's not a 5'8", 180-pound receiver, I'm going to ask why. You know, if the size dictates, the position, then okay, I understand that. Then it would take a true outlier to become, a star, right? But in Justin Jefferson's case, he had all the measurables, and he had all the college production, and he didn't just play slot in college. So why were people saying that? I really it was a huge hole in my personal analysis. So I just feel like I learned a lot from it.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, and those are the things that are steps that you take, are moments of growth, and I think especially, and I don't know, I can't speak for everybody in Dynasty, but for me at least, I know a little bit about these college guys. But I go look at what the Debbie guys are saying, what the C2C guys are saying. The folks that DWZ brings on to do those rookie fives or whatever. And I just kind of aggregate information and make a call. But but even then, I think sifting through that information, you got to get better at it as you go along. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, because a lot of these podcasts you'll listen to, they'll just start firing through players. And you'll get one or two lines or maybe, 2 or 3 minutes on a player.
Yeah.
And that's not in-depth analysis. You know what I mean? And I'm not faulting any of these podcasts because there's so much material that they have to cover.
Sure.
That, they're not going to throw out their full thoughts, but I guess it's up to us to sort of parse through and ask ourselves the questions.
I like when they talk about, if they're going to talk about running backs, okay, not just, Breece Hall and Spiller and B-Rob, or tell me about that's how I found out about some guys to roll the dice on in the third and fourth round of rookie drafts was who do these guys like that aren't the flashy names, I'm
sorry, go on.
No, and it helped, I have a lot of Khalil Herbert because of that, and he produced a little bit. He's, Monty's, not old, and so he's behind Monty, but I think Monty's contract is up either this year or next. So
this is the last year. This is the last year on his contract because he was a second rounder, so he doesn't have a 5th-year option. Yeah, I feel the same way.
I also had a few shares of Elijah Mitchell because I heard some good things about him. What was he? University of Louisiana, right? Something like that, right?
If you say so. I actually don't even know.
Yeah.
I actually don't.
Dave will tell us in the chat in a second, but and it's okay, that's some. You're in the third, you're in the fourth round. It just roll the dice.
Yeah, exactly. So. Other examples are Ramondre Stevenson, another example is Ramondre Stevenson from this year. He put up in the Super Bowl round, and if I had to make a bet, I would say that he and Damian Robinson are going to split carries next year.
Yeah, and Ramondre's a good one. I didn't include him because I was actually high on it, higher than most, when he was coming out. Yeah, so I have a lot of Ramondre.
Okay,
but yeah, no, that's a good example. He's the type of person that people in those third and fourth rounds are like, okay, Ramondre Stevenson, that sort of thing. And he's like my guy now because I was right about him. So,
okay,
but
right on.
And his role will probably grow next year. But I don't know about that unless I listen and look and that sort of thing. And that's another reason I'm cutting down on leagues is because I need more time for research, which I don't get, so it's an evolution. I mean, I'm only in my 3rd year of Dynasty. And so, I got to keep realizing I'm still pretty much a novice,
Yeah, same. I'm with you. I've had some success, but I'm obviously still learning. And that's one of the things that I've learned from this year is that, third, fourth, fifth round picks are not trash. You take your shots, and either they hit or they don't. But if you take running backs with those picks, if they hit, they're hugely more valuable.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a better strategy to take wide receivers early, and take running backs late and just spam them. Take running backs in second, third, fourth, fifth. Take a wide receiver and 4 running backs, and hopefully you get 2 that hit. You get 2 overall players that hit out of a 5-player draft class. You're probably doing really well. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and going into the rookie draft this year, I'm hoping that, like, because I've cut back on leagues, I can really research the rookies more. And I know people say don't draft for team need in rookie drafts, you draft talent, but I also kind of have to look at each of my teams and what do I really want to do with this draft?
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, that's the kind of planning and strategy that I haven't had time for. But it's sometimes, it's just a dart throw, but sometimes it's okay, yeah, no, this fits and this makes sense. And, so yeah. And actually most of the teams that I had this year didn't make the playoffs. So I've got some pretty good draft capital here and there. So, yeah, I'm looking to do better each year at the rookie draft. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. And it's in your case, I totally understand it, because you came into, at least in your Patreon leagues, I know that you came into leagues that other people drafted. Right.
Yeah.
So you're taking over a team, and I know it was really fun, specifically when you came into P4.
Okay.
I remember. I just remember you spurred. There was a 2-day period where there were 30 trades.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Right? And it was when you came into the league, you're like, all right, I got this team. I got some players. I want to make some moves. Let's do this. Put a bunch of guys on the trade block, and a couple things happened, and just more and more and more and more. And it just kept happening, and it was really a lot of fun, actually. And that's one of the things about Dynasty offseason that I love, is that trades can spur trades.
Mm-hmm.
In season, it doesn't happen as much. I feel like people are a lot more strategic. Off season, people are just going after their guys, or a lot of times guys just have rookie fever. Rookie fever is a huge thing in Dynasty. Man, you can take advantage of that.
And honestly, I'm guilty of it.
You get burned by it too, but
yeah.
I think I traded a high second for Deontay Johnson last year. I traded a late second for Claypool. It was and these were just the players, these were just the Dynasty players that were infatuated with, rookies.
So so let's talk about that a little bit. I'm still learning the life cycle where okay, this is when the value of picks go up. This is when right. So you said in the chat today something about that for you right now is the time to buy veterans. Talk more about that.
All right. So this is something that I learned last year. This last year was kind of my first off season after doing a bunch of startups. And what I found was there were a bunch of veterans that were dirt cheap. I was paying less than second round picks, 2/3 or a third and a fourth for guys like Brandon Cooks, Melvin Gordon. I got Marvin Jones for a fourth, a couple different places, guys that are going to be useful and score points for your team, and that you're going to need on bye weeks and injuries and COVID, and, guys that can score you 10 to 20 points and you can be valuable. That you can get for third or fourth round picks, because maybe, I don't know if right now is exactly that time, but it might take a week or two for the rookie hype to really start getting going. But when the rookie hype gets going, people are like, oh, I want this player. I want that player. I want this player. I want that player. I want this rookie. I want that rookie. Oh, I got to get picks. And they will just start giving away veterans off their roster, especially teams that, didn't make the playoffs or lost in the first round of the playoffs. they're not valuing their veterans at all because they didn't win anything for them. You know what I mean?
They're looking forward to the future or next year, and they're valuing the. I think I think everybody, from my experience, has a tendency to overvalue or undervalue picks, given a certain point in the year or given their team situation. And so I'm trying. That's another thing I'm trying to do is like, sometimes I'm like, yeah, give me the picks, and then other times it's like, well, I think maybe we overvalue them because the hit rate isn't what we think. I don't know.
I'll give you a perfect example. In Devy 2, I just lost it. I had a really good example in Devy 2 where I lost it. Anyway.
Okay.
So David Donaldson.
Tito's is kicking in.
Yeah, the Tito's is kicking in a little bit.
I'm not sure which train he means.
He missed the train of trading for veterans last year.
Oh, okay.
I know I got it. This is a perfect example. So during our Devy depleted Devy draft, right, last year in Devy 2, I had Ertz and Everett that I wanted to unload. Ertz and Gerald Everett. And I was offering those guys for a 4th or a 5th round Devy depleted pick. Either one, both of them. I wanted to get rid of both of them. And I got 0 takers. All I wanted to do was draft the Penn State running back. I liked the freshman Penn State running back that was coming in. That ended up doing nothing this year. Maybe he will in the future. I don't know. But that's all I wanted to draft like a young running back. And I wanted to give an old tight end for it. And nobody would do it. And you know what? Thank God I had Ertz and Everett on my roster this year, or I wouldn't even made the playoffs. I feel like I started both of those guys for like 4 weeks in a row leading up to the playoffs, and they both just balled for me. Right. If you can't get a Devy depleted 4th for Zach Ertz,
I mean, what I'm saying. In my experience with the Devy leagues I'm in and the C2C leagues I'm in, both maybe not so much in DWZ, but definitely outside of it, they're very much with college guys, right?
Yep.
Who really know and love the college guys, and so they tend to like really value the Devy picks and the Devy assets. And I'm like, listen, and especially if there's a league where like a large pool of Devy is already owned, and you're talking about a Devy 3rd or something like that you're going to roll the dice on some 18-year-old that like is how far away from the pros, and they're
might never get a chance to start. Yeah. I mean, I'm so with you. I was flabbergasted in the middle of that draft, and then I went and picked up like Dwayne Eskridge and Hunter Long off of waivers that didn't even get drafted. It's just, you think you know everything during a draft and you just don't. None of us do. I'm not saying anyone like in particular. None of us know. I mean, it's as soon as training camp starts, everything changes. And then as soon as week 1 starts, everything changes again. You know what I mean? Like you start to figure out who these players really are. And a lot of the shit that happened in the offseason doesn't matter at all.
Yeah. I mean, some of these guys, the college and Devy guys that, I try to aggregate information from, they had me like, I don't want to say hyped up, but like optimistic about guys like Josh Imatorbhebhe and Amir Smith-Marset. And it's like, like you think like, oh yeah, I got him in the 3rd round. He's going to be the wide receiver 3 for the Vikings and good offensive. And I get that, like, rookie.
Yeah. Colin Powell. I don't remember his first name, but Colin Powell for the Chiefs was that way.
Cornell
guys,
Powell, I think. Yeah.
Cornell
He's another guy.
Speed guy is going to fit right in, blah, blah, blah. He didn't play at all. He's
going to walk into wide receiver 2 behind Tyreek. Yeah.
It could happen it could happen next year.
Sure. Yeah.
We still don't know. But I mean, it's just, I've always looked at the draft as having bullets. You know, the more bullets you have, the better chance you have of hitting your target.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's how I look at it for NFL teams, and that's by proxy that's how I look at it for my dynasty teams.
Mm-hmm. And you know, Dave makes a good point here with the comment too, that like, you know, if you hold on to those picks till draft day, then their value definitely spikes. And
Absolutely.
And I'm going to have some leagues with some pretty good draft capital, so I might be able to take advantage of that.
I really feel like this year specifically, you know, with as polarizing as this quarterback class is, you got to definitely have some guys that are big on certain guys, right? And I think it's a deep class, especially at wide receiver. I'm real happy to trade down in this class. You know, in this upcoming draft, that's my main thought is I'd like to trade down and just take the guy that's left. You know, I just at this point in my evaluation, at some point, you know, 2 months from now, especially after the combine, I might, you know, obviously I'm going to be higher on some guys, but I just don't think it's not going to be like, you know, Jamar Chase is the number one, and then all the way down here, Waddle's the number two, like it was last year. You know what I mean? I think Garrett Wilson, Burks, London, you know, maybe Olave, David Bell. A lot of these guys have similar traits and similar ceilings. And one thing I love about this year's class that I hated about last year's class is we have size this year. You know, last year everybody was at last, and I said this a number of times last year. These are all little guys. The second round was all little guys. This year, they're all big. You know, they're all big X potential receivers.
And that sort of trading back idea is something that, like, you know, I've heard people talk about in the vein that you're talking about, especially in like certain classes, you know, and again, I'm inexperienced. And last year I was huge on, I mean, a lot of people were Javonte, you know, coming into the draft, and like, I was grabbing him everywhere. And there's a bunch of places I have him that, like, the team is so bad. Like, by the time I'm competitive, you know, what am I, you know, so I may, it's like now I'm trying to flip Javonte, you know, somebody that I put a lot of draft capital in. And yeah, his value has definitely increased, but I wonder if, like, you know, maybe falling back a bit and taking somebody, you know, might have, and I would have added picks, and, you know, who knows, but, you know, that's what we do. We experiment and we learn. And luckily there's not many leagues I'm in that have huge buy-ins. So I'm playing around with like $25, you know?
Right. Yeah. I've been doing the same thing, just trying to learn on cheap leagues. So this is really interesting what David Donaldson just said. So 247, which, are you familiar with that site?
That they do the stars and all that. Yeah.
The scouting site. I use it a lot when I'm trying to draft Debbie. Their top 10 RBs have approximately a 25% hit rate to even make your dynasty roster. And that's not even to be good. You know, that's not even to be a starter on their own team. So that's a really low hit rate. That's really low.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to see what, I'm sure it's much lower on wide receiver, actually, because there's so much more of them.
Yeah.
You know, but so that's one comment from Donaldson. This is another one that I want to dig into a little bit, because when David Donaldson was on our show last week, he said there were 8 elite wide receivers. So Dave, if you could just clarify for us, because I remember him saying 8. So I just want to see if there were 2 that dropped off, or if there are 2 that he thinks that are just kind of like second tier or whatever.
Okay. Yeah. So who would be on your list among those 6 or 8? And we got.
I like Treylon. I like Treylon Burks.
Treylon Burks, right? We've got a couple of the Ohio State guys. We got David Bell. What else? Who else am I missing?
I like Drake London. So we have Burks, London, Wilson, Olave. That's 4. Who are we missing? It's always hard for me to do this off the top of my head without looking.
Yeah. And I forgot about London. I had him in a C2C, and he was really producing, and then he got that injury. And I don't know.
It's an ankle injury though, and they're predicting him to be full go by training camp.
Yeah.
So hopefully he can be on the field for mini camps. Because
so Dave's saying I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dave's saying he pushed 2 back into a tier.
Yeah, so who are they, Dave? Yeah, that's what we want to know. We want
real time, Dave. In real time.
Let's go, buddy.
It's almost 1 a.m. We're running out of Tito's and coffee.
Holy shit! It is almost 1 a.m. I got to be up at 7 to drive to Jersey to see the in-laws. Woohoo!
Hey. What part of Jersey?
They live. What's the name of the town? Well, it's right outside of Toms River. So they retired and moved to the Jersey Shore.
Yeah, that's what people do. Yeah.
Ocean Isle, Ocean Landing, Ocean Beach, Ocean something or other.
Something with
it's
ocean,
just like, yeah. It's just one of these like little little Jersey Shore communities on the Jersey side of the bridge.
Yeah.
So they're not on the shore side of the bridge.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So they retired there. They can go to the beach whenever they want. What is it? Are you familiar with Long Beach State Park? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Long Island State Park? Or
Long Beach. No, not Long Beach Island. It's Island Beach State Park.
Island Beach State Park. You can actually see Long Beach Island from the edge of it. Don't ever take a boat between those, though.
Okay.
No, I learned that from personal experience. I grew up 40 minutes from Long Beach Island, and the cross currents in between those, it's basically unnavigable. We had to go out into the bay and then come back in because we couldn't take a straight less than a mile shot across that. I know that.
Oh, Jameson Williams. Do we like him?
Jameson Williams? Yes.
And Jahan Dotson.
Jahan Dotson.
Is he in that 6 or not? I don't know.
Well, I'm sure it depends on who you talk to, but yeah, he's probably one of the lower. But yeah. What was the first name you said?
Jameson Williams.
Jameson Williams, the guy that transferred from Ohio State to Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that guy could possibly be like the top wide receiver taken. Actually,
Dave put his 6 in the chat there.
Okay. All right. Yeah, let's put this up. So Garrett Wilson, Treylon Burks, Jameson Williams, Chris Olave, David Bell,
and Drake London.
So I'm going to guess maybe Wan'Dale Robinson used to be in that tier.
Okay.
Maybe John Mechie before the injury.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Oh, wow. I tried to get Google top wide receivers, and apparently I didn't do a good job. First thing that came up is Bob the Mini Dishwasher, other cool health and wellness gear.
Okay. Well, we need those too. Those are always important to have. Yeah. And I asked a college guy, he was doing like an AMA. He's like, I'm in the hospital waiting room or whatever. So I was like, give me the top 22 rookies at each position. And he said the top 3 tight ends. The top 3 tight ends are 2 tight ends. So I guess there's a big drop off after those 2.
Yeah, I know there's Wiedemeyer and another guy, and I keep forgetting the other guy's name.
It's a guy that it's got like a Dave's gonna know. It's got like a tough name like Brock or Bryce or something.
Trey McBride.
There you go, McBride.
Trey McBride. Right. Yeah. So yeah, I've heard a couple of people say that he's actually a better prospect than Wiedemeyer, and I've heard a lot of good things about Wiedemeyer. Still, it's a tight end, and if it's not Pitts or Freiermuth level prospect, I mean, even Freiermuth fell to the end of the second round in most drafts.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's tough to take a tight end high. I got burnt by. I don't know. maybe I didn't get burnt by Fant, but I took in my first ever Dynasty rookie draft, I took Fant with the 201, and I don't really feel like he's returned the value that I wanted.
No, I don't. He's actually a guy that I've talked with Scott about on our podcast, about a guy that we're kind of like, falling in the rankings might be a sell if you can still get a good price. Because I think there's and people have kind of two different takes on this, and I tend to be conservative, so I have this take, right? We don't know who the QB is going to be. Albert O is coming up behind him. There's mouths to feed. Sutton, Patrick, run heavy offense. I don't know, where does Fant fit in? Other folks are like, hey, they're going to get a Rodgers and things are going to be great, and there'll be enough to go around to all the targets. And so, where do you stand with that?
Yeah, my hope is that they'll bring in a stud quarterback, a veteran quarterback, Rodgers, Russ, Watson, and it'll help Fant. That's my hope. I can't say that that's like my analysis that that's what's going to happen. Yeah. As a Fant owner, I'm hoping for that. As a non-Fant owner, I'm pretty skeptical. I'm pretty skeptical that it's all going to fall into place, because it absolutely could just go differently. If Aaron Rodgers gets in there and just doesn't value Fant as a target, then too bad, no Fant. You know what I mean? Especially if Aaron Rodgers goes in there, because he's real particular about who he wants to throw the ball to. That's just who he is. He's odd duck is how I would put it. And he just doesn't trust everyone. It's obvious. Equanimous St. Brown doesn't get any run. Guy's the fastest. He's the fastest. Maybe I think he's faster than MVS, but he's probably one of the fastest players on the team. But he doesn't get any run because he's not trusted to be in the right place and to catch the ball. And that's what matters to Aaron Rodgers. He needs to be able to trust that you're going to be in the right place, and that when he puts the ball in the right spot, that you're going to actually catch it. So if he goes there, which is a huge if. I mean, at this point, it looks like there's a good chance he stays in Green Bay.
Yeah.
That's a huge if. And then if he goes there, is that the guy that he has a connection with? That's an even bigger if. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think Noah Fant's prospects are I don't want to say they're low. I just think his percentage chances of ever actually reaching his potential have diminished quite a bit.
So let me ask you one more thing about like two different takes here, at least one that comes to my mind, right? Najee, okay? So one take is already 23, bad OL, who knows about the QB, and needs hella volume to produce. The other is they'll probably plug the offensive line, and almost any quarterback is an upgrade over Ben. Where do you stand?
I think the second one is probably closer to reality. I think the NFL changes from year to year so much. And if you're banking on a team having a bad O-line because they did this year, then I don't know. That's like a coin flip to me, almost.
Okay.
It's not exactly, but I just feel like predicting how an O-line is going to play from year to year is absolute folly.
Sure. I agree. Dave's saying here in the chat that the Denver scouts have been to see the rookie quarterbacks.
Okay. And if that happens, that doesn't help any of the receivers this year. Most likely. I mean, did any of the rookie quarterbacks help their wide receivers this year?
I mean, you could argue, I don't know, Mooney looked better with Fields, or someone threw to Elijah Moore to make his stats that good. I mean, I'm grasping at straws here.
Yeah, exactly. I just think that those guys were good, and I don't think the quarterbacks made them look better. I think they made their quarterbacks look better, to be honest. I think it's the other way around.
It's interesting what Chad said about the Nagy and Malik Willis, because I haven't seen anything about it in a while, but like maybe a month or so ago, or maybe 2 months, the guys I look at on Twitter were saying, listen, he's got upside. He's flashy. He's a good athlete, but like he hasn't set his feet right when he throws, yada, yada, yada. And they're kind of down on him. So be interesting to see how that all shakes out.
Interesting. So one of the guys that we missed in wide receiver is George Pickens.
Okay.
Out of Georgia. So he had an injury. I think he broke his ankle.
He did.
Yeah. So maybe he's not as high on some boards as he used to be, but I still, from what I've heard, I'm pretty sure that guy's an elite talent.
Yeah.
And on this list, I'm seeing Sky Moore.
Yeah, it came up when I Googled the list too. I can't say I know anything about them. So
I've heard his name. Don't know a damn thing about him.
Cool name, Sky with 2 Y's, you know?
I guess. I used to know a guy named Sky.
So
let's just say he was booted from the bar he was banned from the bar I frequented for illegal activities. I'll just put it that way.
So Dave's saying he's not sure Pickens is coming out this year, and I could see that. I could see that maybe get another like a healthy year to showcase. I could see that.
Okay,
yeah.
I didn't realize that was up in the air. Okay.
And before that, he said Najee's a bit scary, but the same can be said about JT hitting 2,000 yards. So that's what I was talking about with Scott on the podcast a little bit. I said, listen, food for thought. Nobody's going to pay the value that you want for JT, but JT, right? Maybe this is peak value. Maybe this is his ceiling. He's a high usage back that's getting it's almost like Derrick Henry usage. He may even have a shorter shelf life than, some other good backs. Is he a possible sell? And the places I've seen JT sold, I don't like the prices that people are getting. So I think I'd hold because nobody's willing to pay.
Interesting. I think he's young enough that you keep him for 2 years and then sell.
Sure.
Even if you're not selling at peak in 2 years, you're giving yourself a better chance at a championship at a scarce position in those 2 years.
Very true. Yeah.
So, yeah, if you can't get, I mean, I would want 3 firsts and a young back. I would want 3.
Nobody's playing that. Yeah.
Exactly. I would want 3 firsts and Michael Carter. And good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I'm not getting that, then sure, he's young enough that I'm keeping him. So going back to Najee.
Yeah.
I think personally, I don't think that the year he had this year is repeatable at all. It was a specific year in a specific offense and it's with a specifically aging quarterback that all he can do is dump off. Right. And what Najee did in such a weird situation and still was able to put up points is really encouraging to me. I think he was able to use his sort of secondary skills to put up points. He's a good receiver, but he's not like the kind of guy that you're going to split out to the slot and use him as a receiver. He's not Demetric Felton as a receiver. He's a good receiver, but that's not his main skill set. And just the fact that he was able to put up points, not using his main skill sets, is really encouraging to me. I think that Tomlin is a smart enough coach to figure out what his deficiencies are, O-line and quarterback, and fix that in the offseason. I don't know that it's going to happen, but I would bet money that Pittsburgh upgrades, and that Najee starts to put up more additional points.
Yeah. I mean, they're a good organization. They're not gonna want to put a bad product out there,
Exactly. They're a good organization with a dominant defense, and they're absolutely going to concentrate on fixing their problems on offense this year.
So Memphis had Najee at number 2 in his startup ranks for running backs. Yeah. Right. Yeah, right behind JT. I'm not there yet, but I mean, I only have Swift in front of him right now.
I was
So
about to say I'd go
uh,
Swift.
that's
Although Swift freaks me out too. Like Swift really reminds me when he's on the field and healthy, he reminds me of Matt Forte. You know,
okay.
Just an exceptional receiving back and a guy with a lot of juice and that can take the ball to the house. He's probably faster than Matt Forte actually ever was, but with the same type of agility and the same type of receiving skills. And I think he's actually grown quite a bit as a pass blocker too, which will keep him on the field. I really like Swift. The problem is every single time he touches the ball, I'm like, don't touch him. don't hit him there. Like, I'm just so scared he's going to get hurt on every single play. You know, I think I honestly think he's got like a cross between Forte and LaDainian talent, but is much more fragile than either one of them. Mm-hmm. You know, he doesn't have the size either one of those guys had, or at least the thickness. Like LaDainian was so thick even from his rookie year. You know, he was just so sturdy and squat and like, how do I put it? He just had a knack for avoiding hard contact. You know, and I don't know that Swift has that. You know, it just I love his talent. I love his raw ability. I love his football talent. Really, I think he's a smart football player, a good football player. I'm so scared every time he touches the ball that he's going to break in half.
Yeah, you know, and that's a concern. And you know, but I'm looking at the running backs, and it's like, you know, okay, Kamara and Eckler are kind of like a 26, 27 that don't have a lot of like running between the tackles mileage on them, you know. So I don't think they're as like I think they're a young 26, if you will, you know. But like other than that, it's hard not to have like a Swift or a Najee, Javonte Williams in your top 3 to 5, you know, because you know who are you going to put in there?
Yeah.
Dalvin Cook, Christian McCaffrey, you know.
I mean, the only reason I keep Dalvin high is because of Madison. You know, I mean, well, not the only reason. You know, obviously Dalvin's an amazing back, but he's still not an every week back. Obviously, he showed that in the finals. He can be stopped. He's not as dominant a runner, I'd say, as some of the guys out there. He plays on probably the most run first offense, maybe the second most or third most run heavy offense in the NFL. You know, he's the focal point of their offense. So that adds a lot of value. If he didn't have a sturdy backup like Madison and behind him Kenny Nwangwu. I always say that.
I believe it's Nwangwu. Yeah.
Okay. I saw a couple things out of that guy this year that made me think that he could start for NFL teams right now.
He's got some juice.
Yeah, he does. He's fast. He's sort of big in a fast way. Does that make any sense? Like for a fast player, he's bigger than I expected him to be.
Okay. All right.
I guess that's a better way to say it. Like he's got more size than I thought he would when I saw him on the field. You know, from everything I read about him, I thought he was like this little scat back guy, and he's actually got the size to be an NFL like number 1 running back. So like having Madison and that guy behind Dalvin, if I have both of those, I'll have Dalvin.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I'm still not going to pay 2 firsts and a second or whatever people want.
No.
You know,
I mean,
actually, that's what I sold.
Yeah.
I sold Dalvin and Madison for 2 firsts and 2 seconds in season.
That's good. No, that's very good.
I would never pay that.
No.
Yeah, no. I mean, I would have my first dynasty season. You know, 2 years ago, I would have done that because I was playing like redraft.
Right, but 2 years ago, also Cook was 24 and not, you know, on a second contract and had less miles on him, and he's had a history of injuries. Like, you know, so I think.
But if it only takes 2 years for it to change that much, should we start examining, should we be paying that much for 24-year-old running backs? Even like you look at him, you're like, wow, I got 6 years out of this guy. Maybe.
No.
You might only get 3 dominant years out of those 6. You know what I mean? Out of the best running backs. Look at Saquon. Jesus, I've never seen a better running back prospect in my life. Saquon has it all. And he's a 3rd round startup at best pick.
Third. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
He's definitely slipped in my rankings for sure. I think I got him at let me see. I got him at, I think 8 or 9 or 10, somewhere around there. But, again, maybe depending on your team situation, a guy you want to, I have him at 10. A guy you want to meet, he's like, what, still 25, right? He might be getting a quarterback change or something. I mean, offensive line is shitty, right? But I don't know, with
that offensive line, you had 2 players to that offensive line that could change dramatically. And I say that about any offensive line in the NFL. If you add 2 effective players to any offensive line, it could change dramatically. It has to be the right players, and they have to be able to make an impact right away. But it happens every year. The Eagles 2 years ago had more injuries on their offensive line than any team in NFL history.
That's right.
And because of it, almost ruined Carson Wentz's career. It was historically bad offensive line. And this year we're PFF's number 1 offensive line. And it took a couple guys getting healthy. It also took drafting Landon Dickerson in the 2nd round. And that guy is the monster that everybody thought he would be. Like, he is an absolute. He recovered from the injury. It is everything everybody thought he would be. It doesn't always happen in the draft, but if it does, it changes. It changes the entire complexion of an offensive line if you have one player that comes in as an absolute stud like that right from the start.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just saying it happens every single year. Offensive lines are extremely volatile.
That's true. Okay, good point.
I don't put a lot of stock in their line was bad this year, so they're going to be bad next year. I just don't.
I got you. So speaking of your Eagles, I DM'd you about this the other day. I didn't realize he had gotten hurt at that particular time, but it seems like over the course of the year, they hate Miles Sanders and won't give him the ball.
That's
where are we at on him for next year?
As soon as he came back from the first injury, they made him the feature back, and he put up for 2 straight games. And then he got a couple he got nicked up. He got the ankle, and then he broke his hand. And when you DM'd me that, I was legitimately befuddled. I had no idea why they benched him. It was the broken hand.
Yeah.
So
do you think he's a value going into
next
year?
Yeah, I do, because I think you can get him for a late second, mid to late second.
Okay.
You might have to throw in a third, or even 2. I would give up 2 seconds and a second and 2 thirds for Miles Sanders all day long, just on the potential that he could be the lead back there next year. The things that you have to consider, though, are number 1, is Hurts going to be the quarterback? We have no idea. Number 2, if Hurts is not the quarterback, are they going to go with this run-heavy attack? Just because it worked this year doesn't mean that's what they want to do, right? In fact, I can tell you that that's not what they want to do. It's just a smart coaching staff that found something that worked and rolled with it, right? So just throwing this out there, let's say we trade for Russ or Deshaun Watson.
Okay.
I don't see this being a run-heavy offense anymore. Yeah. It's going to be way more diversified. It's not going to be. The Eagles were the 32nd ranked passing volume offense in the NFL this year. They threw,
not surprising. Yeah.
They threw less than every single other team. Partly because Hurts isn't accurate and isn't a great thrower, and partly because they found this amazing running game. They set records this year running the ball. I just don't think that that's what they want to do, and I know that they didn't go into the year thinking that this is the team we're going to be. So there could be huge changes in the offseason, and who the hell knows what Miles Sanders is going to be.
Well, would you
what I know
say
is that he's fast and agile.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
You say that's okay. Would you say if their pass volume does increase with a new quarterback, that the carries that get taken away will affect like a Jordan Howard and a Boston Scott more, or is it just going to be kind of like a crossover?
I don't think Jordan Howard will be on the team.
Okay,
I think Jordan Howard will be gone. Boston Scott will be like my guess is that he'll follow the third string. If I had to guess, it'd be sort of a split between Sanders and Gainwell. Mm-hmm. With Boston Scott as the third guy, and they'll either draft or sign an undrafted free agent for the fourth guy. That's my guess is how that'll go, but who the hell knows? Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's so much to go now. We're just like kind of we're kind of shooting in the dark. Oh yeah, victimless crime. Shooting somebody in the dark. Sorry, it's a Simpsons line. Oh, that's a victimless crime. It's a victimless crime, like shooting somebody in the dark. All right. So Donaldson says Equanwu and Linderbaum. Pardon the spelling. Okay, thanks.
Are those offensive linemen?
Tito's dreams. I think he's talking about. I have no idea who he's talking about. Maybe a little gin involved.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, I'm fading.
Okay,
I'm fading. This was an awesome conversation.
Yeah, lots of fun always.
I love talking to you about this stuff because I feel like you're as open-minded. Well, I feel like you're more open-minded than I am.
Okay.
So I love talking to people like that.
And I appreciate that because there are definitely times like where I'm kind of like close-minded. If I'm like convinced of something and I'm passionate about it. Like I was probably a jerk to a couple guys today about the whole deadline argument, but
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? What I love more than anything in this world is passion. Seriously, I'm an Eagles fan. That's this world runs off of passion. So like
I am not lacking in that, that's for sure.
If you're passionate about so are you for or against the trade deadline?
So, okay, at the beginning of the year, I was slight lean towards deadline, but the last minute before the playoffs, right? Okay. And then over the course of the season, after talking with some anti-deadline people, and having experienced more leagues this year that didn't have a deadline during the playoffs, I'm a convert, right? And I kind of look at it as the arguments I'm hearing like pro deadline to me don't I don't want to say they don't make sense, but like a lot of them are based in feeling like it's cheap to make trades during the playoffs. You go with the guys that got you there. The NFL doesn't have a trade deadline, right? And then there are some legitimate things about some risks and some drawbacks and that. But I look at the benefits and I just think it far outweighs, any arguments against it. And, I guess I kind of was a little jerky today to a couple guys about it. So.
Right on. I'm not going to fault you for that. I'm a little jerky to some people every day. It's just me. I was in my office at work today, and I happened to look up at we have cameras throughout the restaurant, and I'm constantly, as I'm trying to get things done, I'm constantly watching what's going on, because if something's going on, a lot of times I'll jump out and help or whatever. And I look up and I see this guy without a mask, right? And I live in Baltimore County. There's a mandate right now that anywhere indoors in public, you wear a mask. Okay. we've been going through this for 2 years.
Sure.
This is not something we argue about anymore.
Mm-hmm.
None of us like wearing masks.
Sure.
None of us wear masks because it's fun. We all wear masks because we have to. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So like I look up and I see this guy not wearing a mask and I start watching, right? And it's a counter service quick food, like health food restaurant, right? Lots of salads, that kind of thing. And I see the lady, my employee at the counter, like start talking to him. And I see him. He's like, oh, and he reaches in the pocket and puts a mask on. All right, good. Cool. No problem. And then I see as the transaction is going along and she's making his food, he takes his mask off to start talking to her. And she stops and I see her say something to him. And I expect him to put his mask up and he doesn't. Right. So I know she just asked him to put his mask up and he didn't. So I come out of my office and, I was very respectful and I walked up to him and I said, sir, I understand that the mask is uncomfortable, but this is a mandate. We don't have a choice in Baltimore County and it's for everyone's safety, yours and our staff's. So, we appreciate your patronage, but we need you to wear the mask above your nose the entire time you're in the store. That's it. And I think I said something like, bottom line, that's it. And he pulls his mask down and starts arguing with me.
Oh, Jesus.
And I said, and I didn't argue with him. And I said, and specifically, that's what I said. I said, sir, I'm not going to argue with you. You have to leave now. That's it. And he goes, blah, 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 blah. I said, I'm not going to argue with you. And that's it. You got to go. And he left and we threw his food away.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't serve it to another, you can't serve food to another guest or whatever.
Well, that wasn't jerky. You were just, drawing a line.
I feel like
protect your
I drew
workers.
a line, but I did it in an aggressive way about something that I was passionate about, and that's not being jerky. So if that's what you did, I don't think you're jerky. Yeah.
Well, I also I do have this thing about justified anger that it's kind of one of my weaknesses.
If you didn't say something like, F you, you're an idiot, then you're probably not being jerky. If you didn't call them names and you didn't get personal, then you're probably not being jerky. If you're passionate about it and you're making an argument and you get excited or whatever, that's not jerky. That's passion. I like that justified anger.
Yeah, it's one of my weaknesses. It's like a drug for me. I'm so passionate.
I was shaking afterwards. I was so ready. You know what I mean?
I'm so passionate about all these things, political, social, and all that stuff. And, I'm convicted that I'm right. And that, and that, the world would be better if other people thought like me. And I just, sometimes I get trapped in that, going at people. But interestingly enough, if you look up the Battle of Cheesecake Factory, did you see that one?
No.
A bunch of anti-maskers descended upon a cheesecake factory in New York City to do a sit-in and protest mask mandates, and the cops had to get them out for trespassing and stuff like that, and it was pretty hairy. And I obviously this is a Dynasty football show, but the things that are going through my head are what if a bunch of Black people tried that? What would the cops have done?
Yeah, it might have gotten real ugly.
So, it's just there's everything wrong with it. It was just ugh.
I mean, I look at this. Yes, we live in a country that affords you certain rights. However, we live in a society that sometimes when you voluntarily forego those rights, it's better for society. Follow what I mean? Like wearing a mask. You have the right to walk around and breathe all over people. Is it right for society? Absolutely not. Absolutely.
See, but I would even go so far as to say, I don't know that you have the right to do that. I mean, legally you have the right to do that, right? There's nothing in a law or a constitution or anything like that. But when there's a mask mandate and there's a global pandemic, I don't think you have the right to do that. I don't think it's a personal choice. I think you're endangering others, you know, and I think a lot of people disagree with me, but, you know.
I feel the same way about vaccines. I think you're selfish, and I think you're endangering society, and you're making this whole thing take longer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and every time I hear someone say something about my rights, vaccine, the only thing I say is, would you say the same thing about polio?
Yeah, I bring that up a lot. Yeah,
and
like we didn't eradicate polio by having a debate about it.
Yeah, most of the people I encounter say something really stupid like, "I'm never getting polio. I don't care."
Yeah.
All right. You're the problem. You are the problem with what we have, you know? So I really feel like it's not about your rights. It's about being kind to the person next to you. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It's just about, you know, doing what's right for not even society as a whole, the person next to you, you know, the people that you encounter on a daily basis. Just don't put them in danger. How hard is that? It's selfish.
Well, I think there's a couple things going on, and I'll try not to be too long about it. But I think on number one that comes to mind for me real quick is that there's always been this streak of individualism in American history and culture, not collectivism like there is perhaps in like, you know, like a Denmark or something like that, right? And I think on top of that too, we have now more contemporary times where, you know, I think there's stuff that drives that individualism to be even sharper, you know. And I think some people might disagree with me on what those things are, but you know, I think we're living in a time where we've got some selfish people.
The Civil War is a perfect example. You know, states' rights completely divided our country. I mean,
but wait, hold on a second though.
States' rights made you think that if I'm from South Carolina, I'm basically from a different country than someone from New York.
Right, but we always have to remember that it's a state's right to do what was that issue.
Okay,
it was a state's right to enslave people. Right,
right.
It wasn't some like political ideological debate about the role of government, although that was part of it. Right,
that was the veil.
Yeah,
that was the very thin veil that they put over it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I think states' rights is a big issue in this country. I disagree with the way states are set up, and I guess I'm more of a federalist. I've always have been. You know, I just think a strong central government is much better than this fractionalized governments that we have.
So it's interesting historically how that's played out, because at the beginning of this, the people who were literally called Federalists and who wanted a stronger national government tended to be like, I don't want to say the conservative people, but like they tended to,
absolutely.
They tended to favor like the elite and try to keep power and wealth into few hands, you know?
Yeah.
And the folks who were for states' rights tended to be the people who were, you know, at least ostensibly for the little guy. Now that little guy was always a white male, but, you know, and it's kind of switched over the years where like people who tend to be like progressive and liberal these days are okay with a bigger role for a national government. And it's the conservative folks who, you know, want to, as Gordon Norquist said, shrink government to the size where it can be drowned in a bathtub. So.
You know, in my younger days, I was all for, you know, leave me alone, government, keep your hand out of my pocket. You know, we can take care of ourselves. But the older I get, the more I realize that there are, you know, especially with this pandemic, they're just issues that can't be handled on a state level and shouldn't be handled on a state level, and are, you know, marijuana, which I can go into just the name, right? Marijuana is a derogatory racist name for cannabis, right? It was developed to sort of make it seem like it was a Mexican drug and sort of like just put it down, you know, just sort of, anyway, the fact that that's and gambling is the same thing. Sports gambling is the same thing. Any kind of gambling is the same thing. Our government was founded on gambling, by the way. You understand that the Revolutionary War was founded on lotteries. Wait,
I'm sorry. What do you mean by that?
Was funded by lotteries, by state lotteries. Like a lot of the money that they got for these militias were from state lotteries, right? Mm-hmm. State lotteries is gambling. It's just we're running it and not you. That's the only difference, right? So sports gambling should not be a state by state issue. I mean, England has had legalized sports gambling since I was born. You know, I mean, that's always been a culture there. Why is it not here? So, you know, why can you gamble in Indiana and Maryland and not South Carolina? Or, well, actually, you can in South Carolina, but not West Virginia. You know?
I think though, people's like tendency to say state versus federal sometimes depends on how they feel about the issue. We love that cannabis is a state issue because the federal government still says it's illegal and it's a Schedule I drug, right? So leave it up to the states because we want the cannabis out there, right? But when it comes, you know, when it comes to gambling, and we think it should be everywhere, right? So I think it kind of tends to it depends on the issue. An interesting one is one that I'm involved in, and that's education. Right, pretty much, education's been left up to the states, right? And there's some federal departments and funding and oversight and rules about civil rights and stuff, but essentially, you know, on a day-to-day basis, education is run by the states, right? Mm-hmm. Some people want to make it more national. I'm deathly afraid of that, right? I teach history, right? And I'm in New Jersey, right? Do I want the people who teach history in Mississippi and Texas, and no offense to anybody out there listening, do I want their input on the national curriculum for history? Mm-hmm. No, I want, you know, sorry. Yeah. So
I could absolutely see that. That's a great point. And, you know, education is interesting too. Like I never really realized it until I started moving to other states. I grew up in New Jersey. So I grew up with great public schools. Yeah. You know, where I grew up in the suburbs in Jersey, nobody went to private school. Like, you know, some rich kids went to boarding school and stuff. But like, you know, I grew up in a upper middle class suburb, and a lot of people had the money. You know, a lot of parents had the money to send their kids to private school, and they didn't because we had really good schools. You know, I moved to South Carolina, and it didn't matter whether you went to private school or public school, everything's bad. Mm-hmm. Everybody gets a crap education down there. And then I moved to Maryland, and people who can't afford to send their kids to private school, send their kids to private school because public education here is rough, especially in Baltimore County.
Well, yeah, It's because really there's other counties like PG and is it Montgomery maybe?
Montgomery County,
that have good reputations as far as their public schools go. Yeah.
Well, why should it be a county to county kind of thing though? You know what I mean? Like that's really, really, like if you live where I live, like I live in Catonsville, which is a bordering suburb of Baltimore, right? So I could drive 10 minutes and be in Baltimore. I don't even have to take a highway. Obviously, the public schools of Baltimore are ridiculous, abysmal. You know, you have kids graduating from that. The huge stories about one specific kid just graduated and is illiterate, you know, and like you have stories like that all the time. But that's not where I live. You know, I live in a suburb, you know, like there's some mansions in the town where I live. Not, you know, I don't live in a mansion. I'm not that type of person, but there are some very affluent people here, you know. There are enough taxes in this county for there to be good public schools, but there aren't. You know, like people who can't afford to send their kid to public school, Protestants send their kids to Catholic school because they're deathly afraid of their kid going to high school and getting involved with drugs or whatever it is.
That's interesting because, like you said, a place that has a good tax base usually has pretty good schools. Like your zip code is often an determinant of how good your schools are.
Yeah, so the county next to us is Howard County, which is a hugely affluent county, huge tax base, probably equal with Montgomery County in Maryland, and nobody goes to those public schools either.
Interesting. See, in New Jersey,
really
we have this weird thing in New Jersey. We have what's called home rule. We don't deliver education by counties. We deliver it by individual towns. Right.
Yeah,
so there's over 600 different school districts in New Jersey. Right. So that makes things even more of different wrinkles here and there with that kind of stuff. But in general, it's if you're, in a place with a good tax base, you have a pretty good public school system. And if you're not in a place with a good tax base, you don't. And we have actually what's been called apartheid schooling when it comes to like how racially segregated our schools are. New Jersey is the fifth most racially segregated state in the country.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess that's thinking back. It doesn't surprise. I think I had five black kids in my senior class at most. I think we had one Indian girl, and I remember a girl from Turkey. And that was about it. Like we were not diverse. Everybody looked like me.
And so there are some people who want to deliver education on a county level for a number of reasons. One is that like it eliminates all these little superintendents and stuff like that and makes for less management and maybe more economic efficiency in the model. But there's a lot of resistance to that because the county that I teach in is Essex County, right? So a town like Millburn, which is really rich, doesn't want it on a county level. Because on a county level, it then, erases the borders of towns, and maybe your kid has to go to school in Newark, and they're not going to do that. So it's really we cling to home rule in New Jersey for sure.
Yeah, I could see that in South Jersey big time. So like, I grew up in Burlington County, which is Marlton, Medford, Mount Laurel, Morristown. So my high school was part of a 3-school district from 3 towns. So it was Cherokee, Lenape, Shawnee. It was Mount Laurel, Medford, and Marlton. Right.
I love the Native American names we have of places.
It's actually really bad. It's actually
we were genociding them.
Yeah, we were the Cherokee Chiefs, and our mascot our mascot was definitely like a hook nose with a tomahawk, and it was really bad. I didn't know it at the time, because I grew up in a white suburb. I didn't know. I had no idea what racism was. I knew we had 5 black kids, and I loved all of them because they were just part of our crew. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of weird to say this, but in a way, they were sort of a novelty. Everybody wanted to be friends with him because he's different. That's the dynamic in the town I grew up with. I grew up in. It's not always that way, but like I had a couple people, a couple friends that went to friends schools.
Quaker.
I think
friends are Quakers, right? Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. And then a couple people went to Catholic schools, but not many. Everybody went to. But like, if you're one town over from Marlton is Cherry Hill, right? That's in Camden County.
Yep.
What other town is in Camden County? What other city is in Camden County is Camden. And Camden actually borders Cherry Hill. Directly borders Cherry Hill. So you can have kids in West Cherry Hill going to school in Camden. No, parents aren't going to stay. Nobody's going to stand for that. You're not going to see Jewish kids going to school with, in Camden is inner city. You're not going to. You're not going to see that ever. So I understand exactly what you're saying. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's that's the way it is. Yeah.
I mean, but the way I see, like, if you look at other countries, they're not set up the way we are. They're not fractionalized the way we are. So I've just always felt that if you had strong leadership at the top, we could really thrive. But that's really hard to do. How many good presidents have we had in our lifetime?
As a history teacher, I would say 0.
In our lifetime? So how about in the 20th century? How many good presidents were there?
I could make a case for.
I would personally, off the top of my head, I would say 3 or 4.
I could make a case for FDR.
Yeah, that's King Democrat. Yeah, okay.
But even then, he was willing to leave black people out of the New Deal bills so that the Southern senators would vote to get the stuff passed through Congress, right? So
Strom Thurmond,
problematic, right?
Yeah, right.
You know, so I mean,
what about JFK?
Truman dropped atomic bombs on people. Like what?
Yeah, I was going to say Truman.
I don't really care what else he does. You know, he's a war criminal.
What about Teddy Roosevelt? Was that even in the 1900s? No.
Yeah. He was early 1900s. So
early 1900s.
So again, you know, he has a good reputation when it comes to trying to rein in trusts and corporations and things like that. And you know, he was big into the early environmental movement and expanding national parks and that sort of thing. You know, when he was in New York, I think as the governor or something like that, he got some housing laws taken care of, right? So on the flip side, though, a total imperialist, a racist. When the Italians got lynched, when the Italians got lynched in New Orleans, he said, "Oh, that's a great thing," right? So, you know,
really, okay, right on. I mean, I think Reagan's legacy is really mixed as well.
And for somebody like me, it's not mixed. He's just the devil.
You think he's just horrible? Just the devil?
Yeah.
I think part of it for me was that I was really young. You know, I was born in 74, so I was 6 years old when Reagan got elected, and I remember, in my kindergarten class they passed out a flyer with Reagan and Jimmy Carter, and and you just circle the one that you wanted to win, right? And I circled Reagan because he looked like my grandfather.
Oh yeah.
And when I saw him on TV, he sounded like my grandfather, and he said the same things that my grandfather said, and I trusted him because of that.
Yeah. One of the things about Reagan is that he had that appeal.
Horrible things.
He communicated well, and he had that appeal as like a grandfatherly figure. So you know, people were drawn to him in that regard. Right?
Do you think there's some value in the way he drew the country together, in a way, like, you know, as the great communicator? Like, I feel like that was an era where whether you were a Republican or a Democrat, you always respect the president.
Okay,
possibly we're past that era now.
Possibly, but let me just complicate that a little bit, right? First of all, do we really everybody need to be respecting the president?
Right? No, we've learned that. No,
number two,
by having bad presidents.
Number two, right? Like, he brought the country together. There are many times in American history where we overestimate. I would say almost every era of history, we overestimate how united America is. What that often means is that middle-class white people were united, right? That's really what that often means. And then I would say number three, do we need to be united? I don't think we do. And I'm perfectly fine being polarized. You know, I want nothing to, there is no middle ground on some of these things. I don't need to reach out across to these MAGAs and try to understand them and come together. No, they're destroying the country. So no, I want nothing to do with them. So to me, that all that like kumbaya stuff is like overrated, right?
So you think we're always going to have extremists, and there's no way to bring them into the center?
I don't know that I value the center all that much.
Okay. So we're always going to be the French Revolution. We're just going to go from one side to the other. You know, we're going to go way left and then way right and then behead everyone.
I mean, we go through periods here and there of maybe more, extreme separation than others. But, I'm perfectly fine being extremely separated from people who are essentially fascists.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I mean, fascism is obviously garbage. You know, that's just, to me, it's the same as religion. You're just trying to control people. You're just trying to control and profit from people. I will say I grew up, in a very conservative family. My mother, however, was extremely liberal, and I used to make fun of her about it constantly. I used to tell her that, I used to tell her go outside and hug a tree and blah 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 blah. And definitely through my 20s and early 30s, I was all about working hard, making money, and the government keeping their hand out of my pocket, and everything else will take care of itself. That's kind of the 80s, 90s way of looking at things, or early 2000s way of looking at things, at least for me, from where I was. And then I moved to DC, and like I was a complete fish out of water. Even though I grew up, 10 minutes outside of Philly, DC is the most liberal place I've ever been in my life, and it taught me so much about what liberalism really is. And I always felt like Democrats just they just want to tax me more and give the money to welfare. That was kind of like my tagline. And I learned a lot more, and I realized that, and at some point I'd become sort of a non-affiliated, what do you call it? Right down the middle.
Independent.
Independent. Thank you.
Yellow lion and a dead skunk, because that's the only thing in the middle of a road.
At some point I become an independent because I didn't trust any of them. But at this point, through all this pandemic and Trump stuff, I've moved way further left than I've ever been in my life. Well, and it really, to me, it comes down to like just how people are treated, how human beings are treated, and having so many friends in DC that are from so many different backgrounds, that, seeing the way that they got treated, in the most liberal city, and like, specifically when I left Marriott that I had been with for 20 years, I went to a huge restaurant group in DC and got hired at a higher salary than a black manager that was doing the same job as me that had been there for 5 years.
That's the way it works. Yeah.
He didn't know that, but I happened to be going through paychecks one day and handing out paychecks, and I saw what he made, and it wasn't what I made. And that in itself just opened my eyes. Like, why? Terrence is a really good manager.
Yeah.
And it moved me a lot further left. Just and honestly, it just has to do with people. Really, to me, it just has to do with people and the way people are treated.
Surprise, humanity, right?
Yeah, there you go, humanity. So, and I guess, when I was younger, I really didn't have a lot of that. It was really about my pocket,
Well, and that's what I was gonna say. I don't know necessarily that, like, keep the government out of my pocket is so much a thing that's the 80s, 90s, or any other time. There's people who always think that. But I think it was an age thing, right? There's a reason that, like, cocky college white guys get into libertarianism and read Ayn Rand, like it's a reason for that, and I think when, for some people, when they get older, they realize that's bullshit, and for some people they don't. But
do you want to have a long discussion? Do you want to have a long discussion on the Fountainhead? I'm kidding. I know you've done that probably 50 times in your life.
So I don't even discuss it because I dismiss it. But I think there's this old adage that, like, people say, "Oh, you'll get more conservative when you get older. We have to pay bills and blah blah blah." And it's like there's so many people I know where it's like the exact opposite.
For me, it is the exact opposite.
It's hard for me to get further left than I am now, but I was further left. I'm further left now than I was when I was 32. So.
Oh, I'm way further. I'm further left now than I was when I was 45. That's 2 years ago. I don't know. I think the older I get, the more it's more about the people that I meet and trying to make their lives better and make them happy. and it would be awesome if government was like that. Can I tell you the biggest mistake our country has made in our lifetime?
I'd love to hear it because as a history teacher, this stuff is great. But real quick pause button. I don't know if Dave's still watching, but his latest comment was, "I'm learning so much of your personality." I'm wondering if he means.
I hope that's a good thing.
Is it you, me, or both? And what is he learning? So I'm curious about that. So okay, what's the biggest mistake we ever made for our lifetime?
Privatizing healthcare.
Holy, for sure. Oh, easily. Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
No, it's ridiculous.
$20,000 for a ride to the hospital in an ambulance. You know,
every other civilized nation, and I hate to use that word, but like every other like quote unquote advanced nation,
first
capitalist nation, right? Yeah, they have some form of heavy government involvement in the delivery of healthcare. Only the most right-wing people in Britain would even, maybe at least until a few years ago, would even speak about touching the NHS. It's an institution,
which
there, right? Like, and no, but
it works really well in Canada, by the way.
I mean, right? And so we've got a system now where we've coupled our access to healthcare to where we work. And like people never take a step back and say, why are those two coupled together?
Makes no freaking sense.
Makes no sense at all, right? And imagine if you had some form of like easily accessible healthcare, that was some form of universal or socialized or Medicare for all or whatever, right? And some taxes might go up a bit, but certainly not as much as you're paying for your health insurance in most cases, right? So, and then now that worry is taken completely off the table. Think about the freedom it gives you to choose which job you want to go to.
Mm-hmm. And also think about this. I get sick, I go to the hospital. I work for a small company that can't afford to give me health care. I can't afford healthcare on my own.
Yep.
I get sick. I go to the hospital. I'm in there for 2 months. Haven't worked. Come out, make a full recovery, lose my house.
Absolutely. So medical debt is the biggest driver of personal bankruptcy, or at least it was up until a couple of years. Biggest driver of personal bankruptcy in the United States. A problem that's so few nations even have, right? Like they go bankrupt because you can't afford healthcare. They laugh at us.
Ridiculous. Yeah, right. I mean, there are probably second and third world countries that get it right more than we do. I remember when it happened. It was mid 90s, I believe.
Well, it's been happening ever since Nixon and Kaiser Permanente in the 70s. It's been like evolving over time, but yeah.
But Clinton did a lot.
Yeah.
Clinton did a lot to deregulate. Let me start on that guy. Anyway, he was a nice guy that did a lot of damage to this company or to this country. Although I will give him credit for he could have screwed what we're doing right now. He could have created a department of the internet or whatever you want to call it and completely regulated all of it. And he had the foresight to not.
Interesting. That's interesting because people as far left as me, and I don't know the exact specifics, tend to critique the Telecommunications Act of '96 as being like friendly to corporations.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with that, but at least we weren't hit with oversight, and it is actually a free market, and you and I can go out and carve our own path. We can at least carve our niche, and if we get lucky, we can hit it big. That is sort of the spirit of America, and I will always believe that. That's the spirit of capitalism, right? And I will always believe in capitalism.
I never do. Yeah.
Okay. That's cool. That's a fundamental.
Completely anti-capitalist. Absolutely. Yeah.
See, now I love the idea that I can go out and make anything of myself. All right. The odds aren't in my favor, right? But I love the idea that I can't. I feel like, you know, a lot of the criticisms on capitalism are for people that can't. And so it sounds a little harsh, you know, but Judge Smell said it best, I think.
Who?
The world needs ditch diggers too, Danny.
Yeah,
you know,
and to me that's dark and horrifying.
It is. I hear you, but I do feel like still at our essence we're animals, right? And some animals are going to thrive and some aren't.
I completely disagree.
Okay.
Yeah. So
and I'm sorry if I offended you.
No, not at all. I have fun with this. You know,
this is a purely a philosophical base. You know, so, I see it sort of. Capitalism is sort of at its purest is like survival of the fittest, right? The best will thrive.
And that's horrible and disgusting.
It's at its purest. I sort of like that. It's to me that's the same as sport. You know. I don't think that in practice it's come out that way though, you know, and I don't think that people that can't. Well, I do think that, like, yeah, we shouldn't just push the physically and mentally disabled aside, right? And we shouldn't just say fend for yourself. Absolutely, we should take care of those who can't, right? But philosophically I really like the idea that, you know, it's sort of I like the idea of a rat race. However, in practice it's never really been that way though. It's if you're born with privilege and if you're born with, you know, monetary,
well, at least you can admit that. Okay.
No,
we're getting somewhere.
Listen, I see all the time. Like I was talking to somebody that works for me today that's my age, right? Mm-hmm. And he's talking about all the problems he has with his bills and this and that. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I make twice what this guy makes. And he works his ass off. Mm-hmm. And he really does. He's a really good worker. I really like him. He's a really good guy. He's got a family. He makes half of what I make. And he works just as hard as I do. Mm-hmm. You know, he's a black guy. And I wonder if he's gotten the same chances that I have. Probably, you know, I feel like, yeah, I mean, I'm a really good interviewer. I'm educated. I've gotten jobs I feel like on my merit. However, I've also gotten jobs because my boss liked me. You know, like I've gotten promotions just on that. You know, I started with Marriott in the South, and my regional manager was this older, very Southern lady. That was sweet as hell, you know, really nice lady, but she liked me. She loved me. Like I felt like she treated me like, you know, I was part of her. Like I was like one of her nephews or something. Every time she came in, she would make time to like sit with me in an office and where are you going? You know, where's your career going? What can I do to help you? And she like created a job for me at one point. She created like this operations specialist job where I traveled around the region. It was an amazing job. I got paid really well. I got to see a lot of places on Marriott's dime. I don't feel like a lot of people like I honestly feel like because I was blonde hair, blue eyed, white guy in the South that I got that. I'm a smart guy that works hard and I'm really good at what I do. Mm-hmm. But so are a lot of other people that don't look like me. You know what I mean? And I felt like I got that. Like specifically, we had a housekeeping manager that was from Colombia. She never moved up in that company at all. And that woman was amazing. Like, thanks, Dave.
I can't speak on that myself. So you know.
You had hair one day.
I had long hair when I was like 18, 19. Yeah.
But anyway, like I recognize like what I've been handed in my life, and I wonder,
Sure.
I wonder how many people out there that don't look like me have not, that are smart and capable as me, just have not. So I definitely
And,
recognize
and
that.
I would argue too, how many people who do look like you, who are completely oblivious and like actively work against knowing all that and deny it,
Oh yeah.
like that's part of the
Oh,
problem too. Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole part of my family that I haven't cut them off, but it's like I see I see them at funerals and weddings. You know what I mean?
All the tragic
know,
occasions.
Yeah, exactly. There's just a whole section of my family that the middle of Pennsylvania part of my family are just very. I only see it as ignorant. They're just so just so far right wing, just so this is what we have. We earned it. No one's going to take it from us. Blah, 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 blah. Just all this, I just hear so much of this rhetoric coming out of it. And it just intensified so much. So much of this intensified so much with this pandemic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
If
you didn't see, like I saw a comedian the other day, to put it really, really well. He said he was in a store with his kid, and his kid is like 5, and has no filter. And the kid saw a sign that said Black Lives Matter. And he looked at his dad and he said, well, I have black friends. I like that. That's good. But Daddy, I'm not black. Doesn't my life matter? Don't all lives matter? And he's like, shh, 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 shh. Don't say that. Don't say that. We're in Walmart. Don't say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's fine because all lives do matter, but it's so weird how that's become this racist chant, and I hear it from my family members, and I'm like so embarrassed to be related to someone like that. It's a human being that you're talking about. It's millions of human beings that you're talking about.
And I think there's a lot that goes into that, obviously. And I think one of the things is that because we have such a segregated society, a lot of these folks don't rub elbows with people of color, queer folks, all that much, if at all. Right. And when you look at the places where people do, even with segregated neighborhoods, rub elbows, they tend to have more progressive values, right? It's like because you realize, oh yeah, they're all people and they count,
I'll give you a really good example. I was raised to believe that saying you're retarded or that's gay is okay.
Sure. Yeah. A lot of people our age were. Yeah.
That was completely normal when I grew up. At least where and when I grew up. But I know now that if I'm in public and I say that's retarded, well, that person could have a mentally challenged brother, or could be mentally challenged themselves, or struggling with some sort of mental challenge, and I could have just made that person feel horrible, or that's gay and that dude is gay and doesn't understand the context that I just used at it. You know what I mean? So I just don't use words like that at all anymore.
People call it politically correct. It's just correct.
No,
right?
Thank you. Thank you. It has nothing to do with politics at all. It has to do with a human being.
It's just fucking common courtesy.
Making them feel bad. I just don't want to make people feel bad about being themselves. That's what it comes down to me. I was too ignorant to see that when I was younger, but the older I get, the more I see it.
Yeah, that's the case with some people, and unfortunately, not the case with others. Right.
And when I say, I would like the country to be united, or I thought the country was united in the past, that's what I mean. I just want people to look at the person next to them and see them as a human being, and not try to make them feel bad about being.
Have themselves. We ever been like that?
No. I don't know if there is a country or a society that's like that. I don't know. you know, maybe like a closed society in the Amazon that nobody's discovered yet. You know what I mean?
Well, one of the criticisms that people to the right of me have when some folks bring up, like, well, look at this particular thing in Denmark or this health thing in Sweden, or especially the schools in Finland, right? One of the arguments they come at me, or I don't really talk about that much because to me that's not even really socialism. But one of the arguments they come at folks with is, well, those are smaller countries that are culturally homogeneous, right? And we're a bigger country that isn't culturally homogeneous. And I guess yeah, I understand why that's true and that contributes. I just find it really sad that a culturally heterogeneous country can't have some of that stuff too, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, it is. I agree. It is sad. It is really sad. Yeah. We're supposed to be this country that broke off from Europe, right? And we're doing something better than Europe, right? But why is Europe getting it right more than we are then?
Well, you know, and I think
feels like they are.
There would be a lot of people that would cringe at that statement. And I'm not one of them.
Like
you know,
feels like the quality of life is a lot better there. You know, feels like people don't work as long and get better benefits for it. My life would be much happier if I didn't have to work 50 to 60 hours.
I have a few friends who have moved and expatriated there, and you know, there's always trade-offs, but they say all things considered, they'd rather be there.
Right on.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't move to Finland because it's way too cold.
Cold, yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, we went through 2 snowstorms this week, and I cannot wait to move back to the south.
I had a snow day today from work. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
of course you did. I don't get those. And that's the other thing. Let's talk about the service industry a little bit. Those people get shit on a concept. If you're not a manager, if you're not a salaried manager, good luck, man.
Yeah.
You don't get any paid leave. You get paid $2.13 an hour. If people don't come in, you can't pay your bills. You know what I mean? If people come in and don't want to tip you, you can't pay your bill. It's just so messed up. Like, I do not understand. Like that during pandemic, when everybody was off and not working in the service industry, and you know, or when I really thought that some things were going to change, and not even a little bit.
Yeah.
Not even a little bit in that industry.
Yeah.
People get, and it's a culture that people get abused in that industry.
Yeah. First of all, the whole, you know, I'm not going to get into like the pay and the loopholes for wages and that sort of thing. That's a whole other situation. But like, you know, you'll have folks tell people who are, you know, young and working for tips and stuff like, hey, if you don't like it, get another job. And then they do. And then these boomers are sitting there in restaurants saying, why doesn't anybody want to work here? You know, you told them to go get a job somewhere else.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. It's true.
It's
so
tough,
many people have left the service industry that it, you know, and what I was hoping is that enough restaurants would close that it would cause such a demand for labor that, you know, the deal they get when they're hired would change, but it just hasn't. It just hasn't. Restaurant owners. Go ahead.
Maybe I'm not understanding right, but if so many restaurants close and there's fewer buyers of labor and there's a larger pool of unemployed labor, isn't that bad for the pool of unemployed labor?
It would be, right? Mm-hmm. However, it's not. It's not, because I mean, restaurants can't staff right now. I mean, that's restaurants can't keep staff.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
So that's the problem right now, is that not enough restaurants closed, right? So the restaurants that are open are all struggling. Like, no restaurants are thriving, even the chains. So like, none of the desired effects have happened. Everyone's sort of just like made it through, kind of, and are still open and running at 70% capacity, it's not good for anyone, really.
No, a bunch of places around here shut down. They're like, we just couldn't make it through.
Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, we had a few, but not enough. Not enough to make any difference.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and really what I was hoping is that the bigger places would realize what's going on and lead the charge. You know, the corporate places, and they won't. You know, they can't. I don't know if it's that they can't find the model that'll work or just won't rework their models, but they're just operating off the same principles. You know, in the restaurant business, if you're a server and you're sick, you go to work and you cough on plates and you make the people you're serving sick. That's the culture in that business. And it
for sure. Yeah.
Absolutely sucks. You know, and you're doing it for $2.13 an hour. It's ridiculous.
Well, let's talk about those corporate places that didn't take the charge, right? As long as they're delivering adequate dividends to their shareholders and the shareholders don't get mad, they don't give a fuck.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. They didn't get hit hard enough. You know, they didn't get hit hard enough to force a change, because obviously no one's going to voluntarily rework their model and give up profit.
And that, I would argue, is one of the huge problems we have, is that we're built around profit motive and not around human needs.
Well, I mean, our version of capitalism is that that the corporations, you know, the big companies and the big corporations get all of the are incentivized, are financially incentivized to be that. You know what I mean? Like they're given every advantage to run the country, you know, and the further time goes along, the more small businesses just get consolidated into bigger businesses. You know, when's the last time you went to a neighborhood hardware store?
We got one alive and kicking around here, but that's about it. Yeah.
My father owns one. But like he's had to completely rework his business model because what he did when I was a kid doesn't work anymore. People don't come into his store to buy screws and power tools. They go to Home Depot.
Right. And so what a Marxist like me would say is that that's not some like aberration of what like real capitalism is supposed to be. We would say that's what you get when you buy capitalism. That's baked into the cake. That's inherent in the system. It will always lead to concentration of wealth and power and the rest of us scrambling for nothing.
But does the government have to hedge for them on a constant basis? Do they have to get every advantage from the government?
And a Marxist like me would say that's part of capitalism. The state is just in service of the corporations.
This is awesome. This comment right here. The Demolition Man Restaurant War. Do you remember that movie? Did you ever see that movie with Wesley Snipes?
No.
Demolition Man was a futuristic movie with Sly Stallone and Wesley Snipes. And one of the fun side stories in that movie is that there had been a fast food restaurant war, and Taco Bell won. So every restaurant in the country was Taco Bell, and all they served were these little pills that tasted like food. So that's funny that he brought that up.
I like it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I don't think we're like, I don't think we're 1984 level. You know, we're not Big Brother or anything like that, but I do think that, I used to think that, the Republican and Democratic parties were run by different corporations, right? That there's these set of corporations that back the Republicans and this set of corporations that back the Democrats. It always seemed to me like the richer corporations back the Republicans and, the underdogs back the Democrats. And that was just all wrong. Right. So when I went, I sat in one of the most fascinating meetings I ever said in Marriott was with their lobbyists, right?
Oh, fun.
Yeah, right. They gave some of us a lecture, like it was a director's meeting, and they brought in these lobbyists because we were in DC, and they started explaining what they do. And man, did that open my eyes, because, I thought Marriott was just like, we contribute to the Republican Party, we push Republican, blah, 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 Mitt Romney, Church of Latter-day Saints, blah, 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 blah. No, they play it right down the middle. They contribute to both, right? That way, no matter who's in power, they have pull with both. And that made me realize that all these corporations do that. There aren't these corporations running the Republicans and these corporations running the Democrats. It's all of these corporations running both. It's the same corporations running both.
Right.
And
what I would say is that that's a byproduct of the capitalist system. Right?
Sure. Well, lobbyists shouldn't exist at all, by the way.
Right.
I don't understand why that's legal at all.
And Nancy Pelosi, a Democrat, has said multiple times, this is a capitalist country, free market, and also defended congresspersons being able to buy stocks in these companies, right? Because
how is that how's that not a conflict of interest, though? Come on, right. That's ridiculous.
And she's supposedly a liberal, right? So it's they're all trash.
I mean, she's a liberal for profit. I mean, there's never been maybe a little bit Ralph Nader, but otherwise there's never been a politician that really trusted anything that came out of their mouth.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree. And one of the reasons you can't trust them is precisely because they are puppets, right?
Yeah. Right.
Like the Democrats will put some window dressing on it, like wear a pride flag or kneel down with kente cloth around, right? Like just cringe stuff, to say they're helping people and they want to keep the vote of certain groups, but in the end it's like they're just they're all screwing us.
There's still 70 to 80% privileged white people with some token minorities, right?
Mm-hmm.
There might be more tokens in the Democrat Party than the Republican Party, but they're still tokens.
Yeah. No, it is what it is, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I think when you zoom closely in on the two parties, there are some slight differences here and there, right? But when you take a big step back and look at the big picture, they're essentially two sides of a dirty coin, and they're useless.
I mean, what really polarized me against, the conservatives is Trump. I mean, that guy. How do you not see that he's a sociopath? Possibly a psychopath. How can you not see that plainly? I just don't understand the people that value, his biggest charm was standing in front of a microphone and making fun of other people.
Okay, well, in a way, I don't understand that because it's so foreign to me and it's so obvious he's the most repugnant human being to ever run for the presidency, right?
Since Taft.
But right? Some of what he's saying has appeal to folks, right? Yeah, he's a repugnant human being, but some of the buttons he was pushing, and I'm not making a direct comparison, some of the buttons he was pushing were the type of buttons that, like other fascists throughout history, the buttons they push. Return to greatness. The past was better, right? I'm here to take care of you. I'm your daddy for the common man, and all that. And there's these groups to blame for your situation, right? That's classic.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Plays,
absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it's. I guess P.T. Barnum probably said it best. You will never go broke banking on the ignorance of the American public, or stupidity. It might have been stupidity, But I mean, it's what it comes down to. I mean, God, there are just so many. I I don't know if I even want to call them stupid, just ignorant people that just won't think a subject through.
I completely agree with you.
Just will not consider the other side.
In their defense, there's a lot going into that. Like in some ways, they're victims of what we are and what we do. Right? Think about the whitewashed history they get in their schools. Right? Think about the priorities and values that our society has. Right? This creates people who are like that. Right? Like so. I'll try to keep this as short as possible, but instead of going fully remote for 2 weeks after break, our superintendent chose to have a remote option for some, and some kids could go in person if they wanted, right? I asked the in-person kids, why are you going in person when some people are allowed to stay home for a health risk? And essentially it boiled down to, COVID might suck, but I learned better in person. One 11th grader told me junior year is too important for college to not be in person in school. A 10th grader told me the only reason she's going in person is because she's worried about her grade in chemistry class, right? We've created a system of values and priorities where, and I'm not blaming the students, where they're now, it's a logical choice for them to risk their health to do better traditionally in academics. And one of my colleagues said a student told her, getting good enough grades to get into a top college is more important than my life.
Wow.
So sometimes people who have some sideways thinking are actually victims of the systems that we've created. So I try to have a bit of compassion for them, but it's hard sometimes.
It is hard sometimes, especially when you've lived in the South.
Well, sure, yeah.
Because the ignorance is real down there.
Yeah.
I sat in a room. Well, I was sitting in a Super Bowl party one year. It was maybe 10 or 15 years ago. And it was racially mixed group, right? There were some Latinos, there were some black folks and some white folks, and I was sitting next to a guy that I considered a friend, right? And a game wasn't going the way he wanted. He had some money on the game, and in the middle of the game, he lets out with, "Run, you effing N-word!"
Oh,
as loud as he possibly could, right? And I looked over at him and just was like, I couldn't believe what I just heard. And I looked over, and another guy that I considered a very good friend, Jermaine, heard it too, and looked over and was not the type of guy to just let that go, right? And that took everything everyone had in that house to keep that from blowing up into a huge brawl, right? Because that's what it was heading towards. And luckily, I was in a situation where people didn't want to see that happen, and cooler heads prevailed. But I never looked at that guy the same again.
Nope. Can't.
And another, like I said, I consider him a good friend at that point, and really didn't after that. Really, just he was like an acquaintance that I would see out at bars and stuff, and was friendly to him, but like I wouldn't call him up and say, "Hey, let's go out for a beer." After that, and it just shocked me because I just didn't know. He was real Southern, but I just never saw that side of him. Another night, I had a friend that I met down there, born and raised in Conway, South Carolina. Said, "Hey, I'm going to Elk Lodge tonight. You want to come with me?" I was like, "No. Why would I do that? Why don't we just go to Shuckers?" He's like, "Because it's dollar beers. These are all good friends that I grew up with, and you'll get along with them. They're all good guys." All right, cool. If I'm going to go and hang out with, some cool guys and drink some cheap beer, that sounds like fun. I got there, and I found out through the night that it was not really an Elk Lodge. They were all KKK members. One of them had a card. One of them had a membership card. Yeah. And basically they tried to recruit me. And again, there was a guy that I thought was my friend, and after that, I just wasn't friends with him anymore. And it's just so shocking down there, like how deep it runs. And it just, I don't know that it'll. Well, I mean, things will always eventually change, but I don't know that that's ever going to change in my life.
Right. Right. And so, but I like, just to be clear, that's not the type of people I'm talking about when I say sometimes they're victims of the system, although they are often pawns in a game, as Bob Dylan said.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can see that.
But, you know, like
when you get to be a 30-year-old man, it doesn't matter how you were raised. You have your own choices to make.
Right. The thing is, right, like a lot of people will, and I don't disagree with your analysis here, but that's because it's very overt and blatant and easy to point out, right? Mm-hmm. Sometimes the harder racism to untangle is up in like the North, where we're supposed to be progressive and liberal, but it comes out in much more, you know, subtle ways, and sometimes not so subtle ways, right? Like, okay, yeah, we didn't have segregated water fountains, but we had, you know, redlining to create segregated neighborhoods. Right. You know, we certainly had economic discrimination and poor housing, you know, in the urban areas and things like that. So like, yeah, you know, it's easy to see a guy yelling KKK, but racism looks a lot of different ways.
In the town my dad grew up in South Jersey, it's called Pittman, New Jersey. It's just like it's a very much like Everytown, USA, with a main street and a bakery and a hobby shop, and like it was a very classic, you know, Everytown, USA kind of. Well, you couldn't. My grandfather once told me the reason no black people lived in his town. He was very proud of this. My grandfather was very, very racist. He told me the reason no black people lived in that town is because the church owned all the property. And if you wanted to buy a house in that town, you had to buy it from the church, and they would not sell to a minority. So, you know, that's subtle. You know, you don't know that, you know, walking into Pittman and trying to buy a house, you don't know that. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it could also be a situation where, like, I'm a white hiring manager and I have two qualified candidates and one of them's minority, and I don't have to have a reason to pick the white guy. I can just pick the white guy and no one will ever say a word about it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So yeah, I can absolutely see that. Mm-hmm. I mean, I've always been sensitive to things like that. I was raised, my parents got divorced when I was 2. Mm-hmm. And my mom got custody, and I basically grew up with like me and my mom, and I saw my dad on the weekends. Mm-hmm. So I saw my mother struggling to raise me as a single parent, and how hard she worked and how smart she had to be about everything. And so like, I've always been sort of a male feminist, you know, and that actually, just being open to that opened me up to, you know, maybe my grandfather doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, and this black kid that I go to school with might be smarter than me even. You know what I mean? Like, it just opened my mind to it. Just growing up in that situation, I was lucky enough, you know, to be able to have an open mind. I can see how like people are raised, that, you know, you may never be able to get past what your parents in your church told you, you know?
Mm-hmm. And that's why when people say, oh, well, when this older generation of racists dies off, like, they're raising young racists. Like, it's
exactly,
it's not going anywhere, right? And by the way, you're not a male feminist. You're just a feminist.
Okay.
No reason to qualify it. You're a feminist.
I've never bought into, like, you know, men are smarter than women, or men should be, you know, more capable or should be paid more or anything like that. Yeah. Although I will say the one I will make one bigoted statement. Women aren't funny.
Oh no, don't say that.
I only say it as a joke. Say it as a joke, Brian. You have to understand that above all, for me, of all of my commitments in life, my commitment to comedy probably is like second or third.
That's something I can appreciate and respect.
Like family, bills, friends, comedy. I will say anything if it gets a laugh. No, seriously. I don't really believe that, but I have seen a lot of really poor female comedians. Although, if you get a chance, do you like stand-up comedy?
Yeah.
Most people do, right?
I haven't watched as much of it as I used to, but yeah.
Most people like to laugh. The reason I bring this up because my wife and I actually got into a conversation about it last night, like a very progressive conversation anyway. But there's a show on Netflix called The Stand-Ups. I think it's a couple seasons in now, where they just have young comedians come on, and I think they're competing for a prize or something. I don't know. I just watched their sets, and they're real good about having like women and men and women, and like we watched. I think it went male, female, and the last female just kind of wasn't funny, so I started busting rocks about it a little bit, and then it led to it. But it led to like a nice progressive conversation where I dropped my act, and started talking honestly.
There's actually a documentary that a female comedian made called "Women Aren't Funny," and it's like pushing back against that myth. Yeah.
Women aren't funny in the same. Women aren't as funny to certain men as they are to certain women. So, comedy is
Can be
definitely
true.
like,
it's very subjective. Comedy is subjective. Yeah,
absolutely, and you're gonna relate more to certain people. Although the funniest guy in the whole thing was the first one I watched. It was a black dude, and I just thought he was absolutely hilarious. He started out with like, here's another Simpsons line. So. In The Simpsons, one episode where there's a black comedian and a white comedian, there's a black comedian, and all he talks about is the difference between black people and white people, and he's like, white people drive their car like this, and black people drive their car like this, right? And like that guy started his whole set with like 10 jokes in a row like that, and I was like, I looked at her and I was like, if I have to listen for an hour about the differences between black people and white people, we might as well turn this off.
Yeah,
but then he got funny. But then he moved on and just started talking about life, and it got funny, and he actually got real funny. But that's one thing I cannot stand in comedy is that if you want to talk about the difference between men and women or the difference between black and white people, just stop.
It's just so cliche. Yeah.
I can't anymore.
Even
some stereotypes. Even so, some stereotypes are funny. Whether true or
not. Which female comedian I enjoy most, probably
Paula Poundstone.
She's not everybody's cup of tea, right?
Okay.
She's her name is Maria Bamford. And
I know her.
Yeah. Okay.
She was on Louis C.K.'s show, right? She got a really
maybe. I don't know. It's been a while. But yeah, she does stand up. She's also had some really cool like series, like short series and things like that. But like she really destigmatizes mental health in her comedy.
Oh, that's good.
And that's something that I really, really appreciate. And I just think she's just like hella funny. She's awesome. But again, not everybody's cup of tea.
Yes, that is exactly. Yeah, that's exactly. She was on she was on Louis C.K.'s show, it's a shame. I actually thought he was. I mean, he's funny, but I actually thought he was a decent guy, and found out he's not. But she's very funny. I actually really like her. I haven't seen a lot of her stand up, but I've seen her on different shows and stuff, and I like her. I like the way that she has about her.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. So who would be my favorite female? Oh. Well, it actually there was a Jewish lady on, and I only say this because she tells a lot of Jewish jokes, like about her family and being Jewish and stuff. That I saw on that show, Feinstein, I think her last name might be, or whatever.
Oh, Rachel.
She was legitimately funny. She was really, really funny. I saw her on the stand-ups last night.
She does some good stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She was very funny, actually, and has some nice. She is the type of figure that I prefer.
Oh,
She has some
okay.
curves. She has some curves to her.
Oh,
I don't know.
I'm glad that you're judging her comedy based on her looks, Mr. Feminist over here. No,
I am not. I am just saying she's funny and attractive.
Okay.
Exclusively.
Good friends with Amy Schumer, by the way.
Oh, is she?
Not that that means anything, but yeah.
Hopefully she doesn't steal jokes like Amy Schumer does, but cool.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Some of the things I actually thought her show was really funny and progressive. And I really liked her show until I started seeing things pop up where she stole half of that shit from other stand-ups.
Yeah.
Anyway, man.
Yeah.
I got to be up at 7 to drive to New Jersey.
Been a fun 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Ocean Isle. It just came to me. That's where I'm going tomorrow. Ocean Isle, right outside of Tom's River.
Good luck.
Yeah, I wish I wasn't with the family. I wish I could meet up for a beer. But my wife would absolutely spaz out if I left lunch with her parents to go hang out with my friend Brian.
well, if it helps you feel any better, your friend Brian hasn't had a drink in almost 20 years, so it would probably be a bad hookup for a beer.
Oh, okay, right on. Sorry, I didn't realize that. Is that
don't say sorry. No.
Is that for a specific reason, or you just don't care for it?
I was a fucking alcoholic and a drug addict. Yeah, that's the reason.
Oh, okay. Right on.
Yeah.
Right on. Hey, good for you for kicking it, man.
Yeah.
Right on. I'm an alcoholic, but I quit drinking when I was 30. Mm-hmm. I quit for about 8 years, and then realized that I can drink, but only when I don't have anything to do the next day. I enjoy drinking. My problem is I don't have a stop. I don't have a cutoff. Like I can't have 2 beers. I can't go to a bar for a beer. If I have a beer or 2 beers, I'm gonna have 10 or 15. That's just how. That's the type of alcoholic that I am. Right. But I've found a way.
I'm not diagnosing you, but there's to me there's 2 prongs to addiction. One of them is the one you're talking about, which is very easy to see, and that's the once you start, you can't stop, right? Mm-hmm. And that's true of just about every other alcoholic and addict I know. The other one's a little more interesting and insidious sometimes. It's when you don't know when you're going to start. When you wake up in the morning and can pass a lie detector test that you're not going to drink that day, and then somehow you bullshit your way into drinking later on that day. And that's the mental part that is like sometimes harder to crack. So
yeah, I mean, I've struggled with that a bit myself. Yeah, absolutely. I've definitely had 10 beers on a night when I said I wasn't going to drink, and I have to be up early and I have to go somewhere and I have something very like flight to catch or something. I've definitely done that, but no, I can see what you're saying. That's not my major problem. My major problem is once I start. And luckily, it was never that way with drugs for me. Mm-hmm. I had my run-ins with cocaine. we used to be friends, but I always got to the point where like the next day, like the hangover from cocaine to me is the worst thing in the entire world. Like I feel like I can't even move. Like it's just a pain. It's painful to walk. Like it's just a weird sort of, all my muscles are just like, I got to the point where I will never deal with that again. And that's when I like, not that I never had a problem with cocaine. I was always the guy that like, oh, you got it, let's do it. You know what I mean? But I never go buy it. But that happened enough times that it was like, significant. Especially,
I had a pretty nasty coke habit for a while.
Did you? Yeah. See, I didn't have it. I'm lucky that I couldn't develop a habit for that because of the way it made me feel the next day. Like I wouldn't do it for a month after that because of that. So I was lucky.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I have such an addictive personality. I can get addicted to anything. Now it's football. Sure. It's always been football, but I've funneled everything into football now. Kind of, as far as addiction goes. But man, yeah, good for you. I'm glad. I'm
Right
really
on.
that's
Yeah.
awesome. I'm glad that you haven't had a drink in 20 years. That's amazing.
Almost. We're not there yet.
Yeah.
Not celebrating yet.
Okay. Right on. So did you do it on your own or did you join AA?
Yeah, I do 12-step stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Right on.
And
Yeah,
you know,
I've always thought that like if that shit helps you, man, go for it.
so the thing is, like, I'm also an atheist. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, me too.
So I've had to like bend and twist a little bit of take what I want and leave the rest with some of that 12-step stuff. But there's been a bigger proliferation of like secular agnostic meetings, and now with Zoom, I can go all over the world and get one. So it's pretty cool. Yeah.
So so I assume you struggle with the higher power part of it?
No, I don't even struggle anymore. I just dismiss it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No,
I was just wondering if you
yeah.
so you dismiss it, so you didn't find something that isn't find something. So like I talked to someone one time that he was telling me about his 12 steps. And, he's talking about the higher power, and I was like, man, that would never work for me because I'm an atheist and I don't believe in anything higher than me. He said I'm an atheist too. My higher power is my wife.
Okay.
I was like, okay, interesting. And he said all a higher power has to be is something that you're accountable to.
Yeah. And that's the way some people take it, and that's the beauty of things.
If that's your take and that's what works for you.
There's
awesome.
that many approaches to it. Yeah. What I don't like are the like fundamentalists who would like crap on that perspective, and I don't spend time with them.
Right on. Good. Right on. Good for you. I'm glad it works for you, man.
Yeah.
I thought about it. This is going to be a weird thing to say, but I thought about it a little bit.
Sure.
Just grieving wise, I thought that some of that could help me get through my grieving process with my cat.
Yeah.
Still struggling really hard with that. I've lost a lot of pets in my life. None like this one.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
And I don't know why. I really only spent 3 years with this cat. I don't know why I bonded so hard with him.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just you have a connection. Like it's like certain people you have a connection with. Like my dog that passed in July, Rocco, he was my soulmate. Right. I had 2 dogs at the time. The other one, Jasper, I loved him to pieces. Rocco was my soulmate.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah.
And part of it is like if any issues that I was having or any like, just not feeling good about myself or the world around me in a day. You just sit with that pet and they don't judge you.
Nope. Nope.
They just love you.
Absolutely.
So like, I want to sit with my cat to deal with the loss of my cat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I haven't been able to explain that to anyone and have them understand. But it's like, I lost the thing that helped me cope. And now I need to cope and I don't have that thing. You know what I mean? I'm trying to cope with losing the thing that helped me cope. So it just compounds it so much.
Oh, for sure. Right.
And
now you just cope with Tito's.
What's that?
Now you just cope with Tito's.
Right on. Actually, you know what? I don't. It's one thing I don't do with alcohol. I only drink to have fun now. I do not drink to get away or like, oh, I had a hard day. No. I drink because I want to have a good time.
That's good.
And that's it these days. Yeah. I've always pretty much been that way. I've always loved to go out and catch buzz. But anyway. I'm gonna grab my 4 hours of sleep.
Yeah, I gotta get up kind of early too. Not as early as you, but I have an appointment in the morning and stuff. So yeah.
This is an amazing conversation, man.
Always fun to be here. Yeah.
No, I love talking to you. We're about to give Memphis a heads up to not publish this.
Oh, I mean, I don't care. I'm a communist and I'm proud, but like, yeah, Dave said in the chat here that the podcast is going to need some editing. And yeah, I think there's a certain part where you need to cut it off.
Yeah. Right on, man. I wish I could shake your hand right now, virtually.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a really fun conversation. I love being able to talk to somebody about complex issues and them not get pissed off at me. You know what I mean? Like being able to disagree with someone and, in a civil way and learn from each other. I love that.
It's easy for me to do that when I know somebody's coming from the right place and has good motives, right?
Mm.
Like even if like I tend to disagree with them and I'm much further to the left of them, they're clearly a good person that cares about humanity. I can live with that. I can work with that. It's the other yahoos that, yeah.
I appreciate that. Well, and the other thing is I'm not trying to make you think what I think.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm just trying to make you understand where I'm coming from. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, same here.
Yeah. Right on. Cool.
I'll get you one day. I'll convert you.
Yeah, it's funny. I used to call myself an agnostic. And the first bartending job I ever got is this old bartender, crusty, grizzled old guy, taught me a lot. And we were talking one day, and I said, "Oh, I'm agnostic. I don't believe in that stuff." And he looked at me. He goes, "Well, I'm an atheist, and I guarantee that you do not have the balls to be an agnostic for another year." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He said, "If you have the balls to be an agnostic and truly believe that there's something out there in the next year, and you don't become an atheist, I'll give you $50." And I don't think I worked with him a year later, but it only took a couple months. And I was like, because I kept thinking about it. And I kept like trying to find reasons why I should hang on to this agnosticism. And what proof is there out there? Like what's really making me believe this? And what it came down to is I realized that the only reason I'm still holding on to this is because of what my parents taught me when I was a little kid.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was really just afraid to admit that there was no God. And that's the only reason that I personally was hanging on to it. And that's when I realized that, no, I'm an atheist.
Yeah.
I really am.
Yeah. Some of us atheists call agnostics fence sitters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Pick a side. Although I saw, and for the life of me, I can't remember who the philosopher was, but I watch Jeopardy religiously. And the other day, my wife and I watch it together religiously. And I saw a clue on Jeopardy that was like, it was a quote from a philosopher. And I don't remember the exact quote, but the essence was, if you don't know what's out there, the best bet is to go with the existence of God. Because if you're wrong, you're not really losing anything.
Oh, Pascal's wager.
Okay. So if you're an atheist, you can't win either way. Right? That's what I took out of it. Mm-hmm. If you're an atheist and you win, well, you're just dead and there's nothing. So great. What do you win? So you might as well hedge and believe in God. But I just can't believe.
I don't hedge.
I can't bring myself to believe something I don't believe. But
I mean, let's say there is a God, right? Let's say there is a God, right?
Uh-huh.
Would he or she or it or whatever want me to believe as insurance?
No.
and if said God was an all-loving God, wouldn't I be cool because I'm a good human being, even though I don't believe?
You would hope so. But you can't know God, right? You can't really know his nature. So he works in mysterious ways.
Oh, don't give me that shit.
I just love all these. I just love all these stupid catchphrases that they throw out to explain anything. He works in mysterious ways. You'll know when you meet St. Peter at the pearly gates. Okay. Yeah, I can't, like, I love that idea. I would love to be able to believe that there's a God just so there's a chance I'm right, but I can't believe something I don't believe.
Yeah.
I think there's a far greater chance that we've been visited by aliens, and I don't think there's a great chance of that.
Yeah.
Well, so real quick, just because of the vastness of space. That's the only barrier that I see, because I do think it's out there. I just don't think that they found a way to get here.
So I once heard like a scientist or something say, like, let's say there was an advanced civilization out there that was so advanced it conquered space travel, could travel between planets, perhaps between stars, perhaps between galaxies.
Fold
Right.
space like in Dune or whatever.
Earth to them would be like when we drive by an ant on the grass when we're on the highway. They would have zero interest in us.
Yeah,
Absolutely zero interest in us.
That makes sense. Well, are you a Star Trek fan at all?
Not really.
First,
no.
Next Generation? No. Okay.
No.
So one of the Next Generation movies is called First Contact, and it deals with that a little bit, where there was an advanced civilization sort of passing by Earth, and the only reason they noticed us is because we shot a rocket up into the sky. They're like, oh, these guys have a little bit of technology. Let's go help them. And it's kind of, I guess, kind of similar in a way. Yeah. There's a real theory. There's a real popular theory, and I wish I could remember the name of it. But there's a theory out there that says the reason we have not been contacted by aliens is because they don't exist.
Quite possible.
That enough time has passed that it would have happened by now. Basically, I don't really buy into that. Personally, I just think the vastness of space. There's just so much space that's incomprehensible and just not possible to navigate. All these ideas that we have about like wormholes and folding space, and it's probably not real. It's probably not ever like practically achievable, in my opinion.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, at any point in time, science is the best and it knows as much as it can until it doesn't.
Right. Until it proves itself wrong, which is awesome. One thing anyway.
Shall we end on the vastness of space?
Let's end on the vastness of space.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, brother.
Yeah,
you're gonna come on and play a game with us next time.
Sure.
A Dynasty War game.
You got it. Anytime. Right, anytime I'm available.
All right. Sounds good.
All right.
All right. Cool.
See you.
All right. Later, Brian.